All right. And we are live. We are live. What is up, everyone? Just fixing a couple of things here. Getting a tweet sent out. I got it. I cracked the code. I figured out Nonfon's password. And now I control the stream of the most successful, the new Twitch rising star on YouTube. So Nonfon, absolute definite friend of the stream, Nonfon, is on vacation. And as long as he's on vacation, he has left the custody of his stream to myself and a few other degenerates. So we're gonna be the faithful custodians of the greatest politics streamer, or the greatest, excuse me, econ streamer, because I'm obviously the greatest politics streamer. I am not the greatest anything streamer. But yep. So basically, we're just keeping his stream going, keeping his content chugging, and in the meantime, we're gonna have some of the if anybody's familiar with the stream, some of the friendly faces that you remember, and then myself as well. Renyald, I know. I think Renyald did a stream on the using the cross stream. We're using this kind of restream dealio to they have like a team thing. It's actually kind of cool where you can kind of like link up all of your channels. I think it's specifically for like these kind of vacation circumstances, but whether it is or whether it isn't specifically for that, it's really useful. So I'm just throwing out some promo links. Isaac, of course, a very special friend of the stream, Isaac, is going to be stopping in later to play some League and general chit chat. Nonfon said he was going to call in too. I really hope he does, and he needs to read his books and his by the nice in his nice peaceful vacation spot. Okay, some of us are out here in the trenches of unemployment. Okay, we can't. We have no time to relax. We're not as spoiled as our friend Nonfon is. So, in any case, for anybody who doesn't know, I'm not the Messiah you want. I'm not the Messiah you need. I'm the one that you got. I'm the big JC. I'm also I'm also a neoliberal, semi-politics streamer, semi-league streamer. I like having political discussions, but the all of my reading and research I've learned, especially lately, has to be done off stream. And very rarely is it it's hard for me to motivate myself towards a specific research topic. Like I'm just now finishing up on some immigration reading. And then there's more developments. Abreu Garcia, Kilmar Abreu Garcia, who is the immigrant that was deported illegally by the Trump administration, is now being brought back to stand trial for allegedly being a member of MS-13. So we have that exciting development. But yeah, it's hard for me to motivate to read on a given topic if I'm not preparing for a debate. But that being said, I am also a debater like Nonfon. I met Nonfon on a Gibbs panel. And my Discord link is, it should be in the description of all of these streams. So feel free to hop in the Discord. I'm going to hop in the one of the voice channels myself. So if you want to hop on and want to chat with someone who, I know that Nonfun and I agree on a lot of things, but we also disagree on some things. So if you're looking for some fresh kind of conversations on anything like religion or philosophy or I mean, anything political these days. I mean, the big thing of the day, obviously, is what's going on in Los Angeles right now. And actually, because I am the most professional politics streamer there is, rather than cover any sort of, actually relevant news on this rather than look at any of the on-the-ground reporting. So essentially where we're at, I'm not going to meme. I will talk about it a little bit. So essentially where we're at is we have had ongoing protests in LA against the ICE crackdowns from the Trump administration. And the latest development is Trump mobilizing 2,000 National Guard soldiers to help quell these what has turned into riots. Now, I've not been following like the breaking coverage of this very closely. Only now that Trump has mobilized National Guard troops in to suppress this. Only now have I started to like poke back into this. But one of the first things that I saw on my Twitter timeline that I just thought was I thought I would share is fellow content creator, I suppose, at this point, Nathaniel Bonnell and his commentary on the situation. Nathan is this is Destiny's kid. I just think it's funny. I don't know what the fuck his politics are. I don't know what his deal is. He seems like groipery, but then he says stuff like this. So this is him. My thoughts regarding the 2025 anti-ICE LA riots have been heard multiple times, whether on Discord or on X or even on stream, but I'd like to collect and document all of my thoughts. So he thinks they're justified. ICE has acted unconstitutionally without punishment multiple times, even during first presidential term of Trump. ICE has no authority. Speaking of the first presidential term, I was listening to an old debate between it was an old alt-writer. Was it Mike Enoch, I think? It was the old Mike Enoch in a Destiny debate. And they're talking about like tariffs. Is everybody hates the Trump tariffs? I'm like, holy shit, we literally just run in cycles with this dude. ICE has no authority to police and occupy as the military does. They shouldn't be dressed and armed as the military is dressed and armed. I don't know. I feel like I probably agree with that. The same with like municipal police. It's really weird when you see like I don't live in like a big Midwestern town. I mean, there's a couple colleges here, but like there's not like nothing like New York or Chicago or anything like that, right? So the idea that you would have like a police force like even in my town like armed like a military is just it's crazy. Oh, I'm so sorry everybody. I'm not used to I'm not used to having the having an active chat, so let me address that real quick. Ed NATO, shit internet and streaming the Mad Lad. I think that was in response to maybe Nonfon streaming. I want you to read a little closer. Renyold says, I'm the greatest poll streamer. Yeah, you think, buddy. You think. You don't have nearly as many awesome ad hominems, so you can't call yourself a true politics streamer yet. As close as I can get with one set of cropping on my phone. Isaac goes and says, this is not Nonfon. It is definitely not Nonfon. Much better looking, of course. Allegedly he was arrested driving a truck full of illegal. So that is the charge that Kilmer Abreu Garcia is coming back to face. The reason he was deported, I might have the way I said that might have been a little confusing. The way that he was deported was illegal. And the reasoning behind his deportation was his suspected allegiance to MS-13. That was why he was detained by ICE. That's where the stupid knuckle tattoo picture comes from. But yes, the crime that he is coming back to face criminal court for is the he's alleged to have participated in MS-13 running illegal immigrants over the border. I'm just gonna throw this out there. As I'm sure like a lot of good liberal streamers have already addressed at this point, nobody gives a fuck whether or not he's guilty of this crime or not. Like, that's not what our issue is. We don't care about like if he is guilty, he should suffer the consequences like any person who commits a crime in the United States. It's the idea that the Trump administration just deported him without any sort of due process. That's where we take an issue. LA is a peaceful protest, no big deal. Everybody's wildly is that true, Patrol? I'm not actually that familiar with the on the ground situation. But I don't know. So the reason I bring up the Nathan thing is I know that he's like young. I don't know if he's like 15, 16. I don't know how old Nathan is, but he's like a younger individual, and he's already like absolutely like we can just like torch buildings and torch vehicles and all of this shit. This is so justified. The that worries me. um while obviously, like, as a true American, I will acknowledge if tyranny seeks to overthrow the stable governing of the people, then obviously we have to overthrow the tyranny. Like, I'm not gonna. I mean, I don't think anybody in this country should believe otherwise. But it worries me the escalation. Right? It has to be appropriate, and it has to be. I don't know. See, now I sound like a hand wringer. I feel, well, I guess I'm just scared. I just don't like violence. I'm not looking forward to where we are potentially headed with this country, with the Trump administration. They seem hell bent on just kind of on violating the Constitution at like every given opportunity, at committing crimes to personally enrich himself. I'm not like it worries me that we're trending towards violence, especially with the massive breakup between himself and Elon. Um, Nicholas Decker got torched online for saying what? For saying, I didn't say anything specific. I said, as an American, we all recognize that tyranny should be overthrown. That's in the Constitution. I didn't say anybody currently in power was tyrannical, nor would I ever. Um, I genuinely have no idea how I feel about the National Guard. I saw something that said this is the first time that the National Guard has been mobilized without presidential or without like the consent of the governor since 1965, and I was actually going to look into that. Okay, we're gonna do a little. We are gonna, as much as I fucking hate reading on stream, we're gonna do a weeny teeny research stream. Because I am actually curious to look into this. Oops, that's the wrong window.
I need to be here for the.
Oh, hey, what's up, buddy? Welcome. You need to be here for the research. Do you really?
Just getting ready to do the same thing.
So did you hear what I was saying about the
Maybe halvesies.
So I saw something that said and I haven't like looked into this claim yet. That said this is the first time since 1965 that the National Guard has been mobilized without the consent of like the governor.
Seems pretty crazy. So, it's gonna. If it is true that there were like a ton of riots breaking out and Newsom wasn't doing anything about it, then this could be justified.
Okay, so this is me not following it too closely and not having the actual facts on the ground. So can you, if you know more, please, by all means.
I know what I've seen on Twitter.
Oh, okay. Well, shit. Then we're the same number of level of informed.
Yeah. So, I'm like getting a list of questions that I want to have answered by looking into it.
Sure.
Like, so, were the protests peaceful prior to crackdown, I guess? Are the National Guard even there?
This is
yet?
what I was wondering. Okay? Because 1965, I mean, you and I hear that date, and where does that fall right smack dab in the middle of what period of American history? It's the Civil Rights Movement, right? It's the Civil Rights Movement,
sure.
Right? So I'm thinking, okay, so when we say mobilize the National Guard without, my first thought was Kennedy, because I knew that during the Freedom Rides, I think he had threatened to multiple times mobilize the National Guard. And actually, I don't know if anybody is familiar with that. My dad wrote like a master's thesis on it, so I got to talk to him. He's read like an absurd amount of books on the Kennedy administration and the Civil Rights Movement. Robert handled a lot of that because Kennedy couldn't be fucked. But that's another conversation. But it was LBJ mobilizing the National Guard to Selma, because the governor was famous racist George Wallace. And again, that's me saying that. I don't throw those labels around. There is no other word to describe this dude. I mean, he was literally, this is the guy that, like, sent police after, and, like, dogs and, like, riot teams after, integration and shit like that. Like, this guy, yeah. So, the last time that a president bypassed a governor to deploy the National Guard was during the Civil Rights Movement, and it was because the governor was a fucking bigot who didn't want to deploy the National Guard to protect the Selma protesters. And so the president righteously, obviously, bypassed him for that. And now The next moment in history where we've had that happen is Trump getting ass mad that people are protesting against ICE.
Yeah.
So that's super cool. That's kind of what I was wondering. Glad that it's verified. No, I'm sad. Don't equivocate too hard. Violence was.
I mean, that doesn't necessarily make or break the validity of it.
No, this is true. I will say I have a lot less charitability for this administration. I think understandably so.
Yeah, obviously.
So when I'm looking at the situation, even like with even calling them violent riots, I mean, keep in mind this is the party that thinks like every single BLM protest like torched 18 buildings and caused a few $1 million worth of damage, right? And we're trying to like paint those as like, so they'll try to paint those as like hyper violent, right? But then downplay Jan 6, as you and I both well know. So like I don't really, yeah. So you said you were like writing down questions though, for the LA riot stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to know like what the specific, because the Insurrection Act is almost guaranteed to be signed. Like that's definitely going to happen. So I need to see like what comes along with that. I want to know like what the typical circumstances for the National Guard being deployed looks like. Like if this falls into a typical use of National Guard use.
I mean, that's my understanding, right?
I just need to know the timeline. Because if it's true that like these riots were going on for a couple days and Newsom was doing nothing, like,
what?
There's definitely a stronger argument to do it. That.
Sure, but it would also it would also have to do with like the actual scale of the quote unquote riots, right? Like remember, like I was saying, like the BLM protests, like most 98% of them were like peaceful. So if that's the same kind of like ratio we're looking at here, then obviously not. No, my understanding, like again, and it all comes from like my American history knowledge of like the civil rights movement, is that like the National Guard is like usually deployed when troops are deployed domestically when you're trying to like maintain some sort of security, or to downput some sort of civil unrest. So I don't like, I mean that, but that covers like such a wide, like, because my grandpa was in the 101st Airborne that went to Little Rock. So like that wasn't even that was kind of like a mixture of like both, because they were there to protect those students, but they were also, I mean, there were people like chucking rocks at them and like rioting and shit. So yeah, whether or not it's an appropriate deployment of the National Guard, like by the book, that is definitely something that I would be curious to know, but I don't know that, I mean, obviously politically, I'm never going to agree with, I don't even agree with the predicate. What do you think about the idea that, this is like, there's like rioting and like destruction of property is justified resistance? Are you with me on that, or are you a little more radical?
What's your position on it, that it's not appropriate?
Oh, I feel like destruction of property, generally speaking, is acceptable when you've exhausted all other peaceful means of addressing whatever your issue is. So like, I mean, I'm never gonna like count those out, but I also think that especially today, people jump to them like way too quickly instead of being patient and working through the system.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna agree with that for the most part. Now, I will say I have seen like videos of protesters like hucking, cinder blocks at police cars. And obviously,
that's pretty unbased and not cool pilled. Yeah, we're not a fan of that.
Definitely, that's not good. I just saw a tweet from Stephen Miller that said, "Look at all the foreign flags. Los Angeles is occupied."
Dude,
territory.
that guy is fucking evil.
I don't know, man.
But why? How? Okay, I have to be careful what I say, because that Trump and all his cronies are so lawsuit trigger happy. I just don't understand how that dude is so comically evil. He's like Steve Bannon. What is it with Republican Steves? Why are they just like spawn of Satan? Like, I like, it's because Miller was I'm like 80% sure Miller was the one who was like, we're looking into suspending habeas corpus, right? That was him.
There was a couple people. Yeah, Miller was.
He's the bald guy.
Prominent one.
Okay, yeah. That's the guy that I tweeted about the other day. Oh yeah, how can this dude be so evil and still look like the bagger at Walmart who's way too friendly with your 8-year-old son? That was
Jesus Christ.
well, I thought that that was a way to ride the line without, yeah. I don't know. Dude, it's crazy. Wait, who is evil? Stephen Miller is evil. Stephen Miller, what's a, is he the?
I think he's just like a senior advisor.
He doesn't even. No, he's the deputy chief.
chief
Oh, he's not even the
yeah.
chief of staff. He's the deputy chief of staff. God, he looks like such a lab-grown human being. Stand with ice, pass the BBB. Hey, you know what we should talk about? Because, Nonfon is very, econ oriented. You're very, very law oriented. And I'm drama oriented. So let's talk about the public breakup of our 2 streamer leaders.
2 streamers.
Yeah, we had our 2 major content creators. So the Elon Musk, our main content creator, and our streamer president. This is the streamer drama. Remember, I'm the drama guy. This is the streamer drama.
I mean, I don't know if there's much unique to add to it. Like, I think it's silly that Elon was like, I think Trump's a pedophile.
Okay,
Like,
did he
that's not the
say
kind of thing we
pedophile somewhere?
back.
I didn't see that. I saw the Epstein list
If
thing.
you say somebody's in the Epstein list, then like, what are you saying? Come on.
Okay, I guess like you're saying like that because like it's hard to divorce myself from like because I've read that shit. So like you're saying like what people hear when they hear he's on the Epstein list, not like what it.
Yeah, what people hear and what Elon 100%.
Right.
Like, it's pretty clear. What
Sure.
that
Donald Trump is a pedophile. Yeah, for sure. Not that he is one, but like I agree that's probably what he meant there.
Yeah, and then just to pull that back as if you never said it, and then like try and be buddy again. It's just like, what are you doing? That's not the kind of thing you just pull back, buddy.
Let's talk about big brain stuff, please, says Patrol. Patrol, this is not non-fun stream. This is the big JC, okay? I am the... I talk about big brain stuff sometimes, but I'm also, as Riddle can attest, I am the drama slopper of our little quadruplet. I don't...
There's already a wiki on the LA riots. Let's
Oh,
go.
hell yeah. There's a wiki, like an actual dedicated wiki?
June 2025, Los Angeles protests.
Or are you saying there's a Wikipedia?
Yeah. Oh my
I
God.
thought you meant like there was like a full like dedicated like wiki with like multiple links. It's like
There's
Jesus.
no, like, fan wiki of the fucking.
Yeah.
Right.
Also, my audio board is not gonna work because I use a HyperX Solocast and it doesn't have like a dedicated aux cord, and you have to use the USB-C as a power source and as like the audio cable. So I have to get another mic. But this thing it was $30 at Walmart, and I'm hoping that it will help me not be stupid with my audio because I know that I've definitely like nagged you and Nonfon like with stupid questions about that. So.
Oh, I don't know shit about my audio.
Bro.
Everybody who watches me stream will attest to that.
Yeah, Nonfon's got like his mic like tuned up to a T. He's got like the nice little. Can we talk about MT's first album? Is their only good one?
What's on their first one?
I don't know. I moved my monitors around again, so I'm like looking at weird places.
Oh, this is like the album. Yeah. I haven't heard anything past their first album then.
The only musical artist that I listen to is Kanye West, so I'm a big fan of his. Do you have any other big brain stuff you wanted to talk about? I'm sorry, I know I've kind of like meandered this conversation.
No, I'm just gonna read this with
Okay, all right. Hey, feel free to like I'm just gonna like goof off in a league, but feel free to pop in while you're reading if you're just gonna hang out and let me...
Yeah, if you're still on by the time I've done a decent amount of reading and I have a okay opinion, then
I'm streaming for the next several hours, so
several hours. You're gonna be on until what? 6?
probably 2. What the fuck? Several is 3 or more.
Whatever.
What do you mean whatever?
Seven.
Nonfon, if you're in
Okay.
chat, you're the econ guy. Bye, Renyold. Nonfon, you're in chat. Your econ. Is several 3 or more? Or is it a larger integer? No, we are great. I am a pro Taylor. Hey, Nonfon, bro, you need to go enjoy your beautiful vacation spot. What are you doing in here?
Nah, I gotta be here.
Okay.
Dude, I tried to join while Renyd was still here, and he's gone
Oh
now.
shoot. Okay, here. Let's get him. Let's
Right.
get him back. Get him back so he can say hi. How's your vacation
Both of
going,
you
buddy?
guys. It's been good so far.
Are you just reading horribly dull econ books?
I'll have you know, sweatshops in the global economy, okay, it's not a dull econ book, okay? It's a very interesting econ book about why child labor is based, all right?
Oh yeah. Here, Renyold, I'll turn you up too. I'll turn you both up.
Buddy.
All right, here. Are we all here?
Okay. You're gonna hear a lot of other people talking, okay, but
How
ignore
many
them.
people are you on vacation with?
Hi, Jared. And
Anyways,
Hi.
is your profile picture Jesus?
that's the big JC, believe it or
I'm
not.
the real Jesus.
Oh, dear
Make sure they understand I'm the real Jesus and that other guy in the book is fake.
Hi, Jesus.
Hello. Blessings, my child.
Did Jesus must be dead?
What?
Can Jesus hear me?
Jesus can hear
He
you.
can.
And he loves you very much. And also he saw that thing you were doing last night, so don't do that anymore. Your palms
My
will get
what?
hairy.
Jesus.
Because Jesus is based, okay? That's why he
Oh, am I?
smoking a joint.
Sick.
Anyway, okay. Brynjol, JC,
Yo.
I need you. Brynjol just said he hasn't done reading about it. I need you to update me on the LA riot stuff. I have seen like 2 pictures of it, and that's about it. Because that's all my Wi-Fi will load.
Well,
I don't know, man.
Renyold was about to do the reading, and I am starting a league brawl game. So, how late you gonna be up, buddy?
I mean, I have technically a while, but I mean, I don't know. So I might come back later. But is it?
I've been told by a
Is it
lot of
literally
people
just,
that
like,
it's
people-
being overblown, but I haven't personally looked into it, so I don't know for sure.
Okay.
I want to.
I don't know how far Renyold's
Okay,
gotten.
ignore that.
If he knows more than me.
Okay. So there's that. I guess you guys can update me on that later.
Yeah, we'll get you
Are there
later.
any? I don't think there are. There aren't any tariffs there.
Any tariffs? I don't know. Art,
don't
you
think
would
so.
know, not us, or not me at least.
Well, I don't know because I haven't been reading the news.
You're more in that.
We're probably gonna get the Insurrection Act. That's pretty hype.
Say again.
We're probably gonna get the Insurrection
Oh,
Act
really?
finally signed under Trump. That's pretty hype.
Are you Renfield invoked it or he? Oh, let's go. Okay.
The idea is that
Alright.
he's probably gonna invoke it.
Because they are burning
Oh, okay.
Waymos, not small business. Let's talk about corruption. Patrol single-handedly financed Nonfon's vacation. It's causing him to not operate in the best interest of chat. Nonfon, any commentary on this blatant corruption? Rob Noor would have something to say to you, young man, about your blatant and clear corruption, okay?
Ain't no boy.
I have.
Boy. Ain't no boy.
Okay, this is not financed by me. First
By
of
the
all,
Mossad,
I'm
we
here,
know.
basically against my will. Oh, by the way, should talk about Greta Thunberg as well. But I'm acting in chat's best interest with the tools given to me, which is giving JC my stream key and also joining the call.
Yes, and we're very grateful for that. We're very grateful for
Exactly.
your presence online and off, my friend. What do you mean you were dragged there? What do you mean you didn't want to go? That picture you tweeted was beautiful.
It is an okay place to be, okay, but I need my Wi-Fi, I need my computer. I don't want to be here for a week. No offense, Ellie. Okay.
Ouch.
Nothing. He called you beautiful. Is what he did.
Did I? Don't
yeah.
tell a woman I call her beautiful. I'm married, okay?
This guy who's married, whose name is.
Oh yeah, tell them I'm married. Good one. Good one.
Guy who's
Thanks,
married.
buddy. Bro, Wick tweeted out something the other day about like just have the courage, fellas, DM her, and I was like, I did DM her, and now my marriage is in trouble. What the hell, man? The funny part was when he asked me for
Why'd you
my
give me the
wife's
middle
ad,
finger?
like
What
he
did
thought
I
she was
do?
on Twitter. I can't goon like you.
Wait, how am I
grown
wrong
ass
with you?
man.
You can go on the back of my live stream and hear him say that if you want to.
Go on what?
Because I basically I tweeted out one of the pictures I took of the of you standing by the stream, and he saw that.
Potts
My
David
buddy
G, join
is
the Discord.
streaming, and I'm in the call with him. Oh my God, Posh David G, my goat.
Join the Discord and
Dude,
we'll
I
get
don't
you
know.
in.
I don't know if you did you watch his video?
No. Who's Potts David G? He
dude,
just
he
said he
made
wanted to
a-
play League. I like League, so.
Oh dear God, I was gonna praise the video he made, but now he said he plays League, so now I don't.
Oh,
praise the video he
I
made.
see.
But he,
I've about had it with this like
Maybe-
elitism from hello Potts David G. So if anybody is trying to join the conversation, hop into the Narthex and then I will pull you up to the sanctuary.
but yeah, he made like a 4-hour video, and it was pretty detailed on Trump's first
Oh
100
shit!
days.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch that on
stream.
stream tomorrow probably.
Yeah, that video's
I asked
good,
for
man.
permission.
What?
I asked for permission, so it's okay.
You guys want to talk to Ellie,
Who is Ellie?
my friend? What the
How
hell?
come I can't move? I'm so
Reniel, tell her about like the deportations or something.
I'm
Okay.
so stupid. I know he's ready,
Okay.
vegan. I'm confused because I've been able to do this before and now I somehow can't.
Hello?
Hello.
Ellie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Do you know what an elector is?
Yes.
Okay.
Why are you talking about them?
Yeah. Do you know
Okay.
about the 2020 stuff?
Yeah. I think so.
Okay. Never mind. Never mind.
Jeez,
Wow,
Reniel,
buzzkill.
so aggressive.
Jesus.
What is ring to voice?
On this room, Ainsley before we do it. But obviously,
There
strong
used to
companies
be
don't
a
like to use that
move.
because there's no financial incentive for some
Alright.
companies to do so.
Potts David G, I changed your role in the server. You should just be able to join
The Script Developer
the sanctuary
project
now. See if you can
essentially
just join it.
is-
Like, call talking to Anal Boy. He doesn't want to hear about that. Has Jared told you guys about how much he loves getting anal?
This is
Not by.
Ask them to confirm.
I don't know anyone named Derek, I'm afraid. Or any of their
He wants to
proclivities.
ask. No, Jared. Nonfon
Jared?
said-
Jared
wanted-
Fogel? I'm
Yes.
don't
Jared
know him
Nonfon.
personally, I'm afraid.
There
He
we
wants
go.
to know. Nonfon wants to know if he wants me to ask you if you can confirm that he's a gooner.
Of course he is. I chastise
I'm
him
sure.
for that. Is that contested
Sure he is.
anywhere?
What, Jared? That's nasty.
Wait, Jared, do your friends not know about your Twitter, about your online content creation?
No, trust we do.
Oh yeah, no. As someone who has friends and makes content, I know you do. 'Cause we're insufferable about it. I'm sorry.
And I quote, look at my Instagram feed. The first 4 posts were all girls
Here,
in
you can have your
revealing
friends back.
clothing on the beach.
Potts
One of them
David
was
G, welcome.
What's up? How's it going?
Not much. Nonfon says he was a big fan of a video that you made recently, which I'm not familiar with, but he clearly is. But he has withdrawn his compliments upon discovery that you are a League of Legends player. Do you have any response to that?
Oh, damn. Okay, listen. My
What?
response is that if I wasn't a League of Legends player, I don't have a defense. I'm
Oof.
so sorry.
Yeah, we don't have a defense for playing
There's no defense for this game.
Yeah, and I was like trying to like I was fucking with the Discord for so long trying to like pull you in because I know there is a command for it.
That's
I've done it
fine.
before, and now I'm just like so far behind.
Oh no, that's fine.
But no, yeah. Send me your here. I'll send you a friend request, and you
my IGN is Gamer Geek.
can you put it in text somewhere?
Yeah, let me just send it in
This
the
is-
chat.
Oh, we
the
already
general
are
chat.
friends. Oh, sick. Oh,
Wait, we
I
are
guess.
in League?
No, like on Discord.
No. Oh yeah.
Gamer Geek hashtag anyone. Yeah. I am.
What's worse is that not only do I play League, I took it seriously for about a year.
Ooh.
I got to Diamond 2,
Gross.
and then I stopped taking it seriously because I had a life and went to college.
Someone that we played with on my stream before, my friend Chris, my IRL friend, like was he went to one of our colleges on like a League scholarship, and he was like top 30.
Oh wow.
He was like top 30 Vlads in NA at one point. Yeah, he's
Cool.
Yeah. So and then there's me. I click the buttons. I mostly play
Oh, yeah?
support. But Nonfon.
Hell yeah, we love to see it.
Nonfon, here he is. Since you refuse to take a vacation,
What are you doing?
here he is. Here's your video essayist boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He who must not be leagued.
Do you have some critiques for me? I'm very very interested.
Not real. I mean, I mentioned the. I understand what you were trying to do. Okay, with
Yeah, the
with
economic
tariff
part.
thing,
Yeah.
but it's just I'm very you know, I am the ultimate neoliberal goat.
Oh,
okay?
are you
So,
now?
like,
Okay.
I-
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. But
Hey.
you know, I see liberals a lot of times like you know make arguments that I don't think are like 100% unsound. You know, for tariffs, they're like, oh, you know, tariffs can be good in some cases if you like pair them with subsidies, and it's like. There may be like very specific edge cases where I do think that's true
Yeah.
with like Chinese batteries that we need for drones, like maybe.
Mhm.
But I don't know. Like I think tariffs are just like overwhelmingly bad, and they're not even necessarily optimal for the type of industrial policy that's good for national
Actually,
security.
sorry to interrupt you there, Nonfon. Econoboy in the chat would like you to know that tariffs are actually always goof.
Oh my
Oh, sorry,
God.
good.
I kind of
Always
Jesus.
good. Oh. In every context.
Every
That's
single one,
wild.
all of them.
That's a bold statement.
No,
hold on.
fine.
Which chat?
Apex
Yeah,
Eater
no, I
says
agree
you're a
with this first
Keynesian that
message.
tries to
That's
sound
actually
edgy with the
always true.
neoliberal label. Is this this is a serious accusation, Nonfon? Isaac, welcome.
Yo, wait, did I just hear Nonfon use a point I given him in the past when we argued about tariffs with the Chinese batteries? Wait, Nonfon, did I just hear that?
No, because you were supporting tariffs on Chinese EVs, right? I still think
No, it was specifically about the battery. I remember. If I search up battery right now.
You said that tariffs on Chinese EVs were good because it let Tesla develop the battery technology or whatever.
To
But I'm not
build
convinced-
those, yeah.
I like so if you want to have batteries be built in the U.S. or whatever, the solution is not reduce the amount of batteries sold by increasing the price. The solution is subsidize battery development. Like.
Okay.
I just thought it was funny. I was like, wait a minute, I've heard this point before from me saying that we need these batteries.
I'm currently deep in the throes of The Road to Serfdom. Okay. I'm really enjoying the book, but I am seeing myself agreeing much more with neoliberalism than I initially thought. I
Hell
would when I went
yeah.
into it. But we'll see where it ends up. I still have a couple books like that are pro-socialist books that I want to read. But
Ew, gross.
we'll see what happens when I know. I want to make sure. Okay, I'm
Hello,
well-rounded
Crayfish,
and well
welcome.
researched.
Nonfon, have you read Abundance? I rarely read books fully, but I was thinking about picking that one up because I know that's that.
Yeah, I'm like my goat. Okay, Potts David G. Okay, I don't read. I read Abundance, but I haven't even read Hayek at all. At least not really. I mean, I've read quotes of him and stuff, but not
Hey,
full.
The Road to Serfdom does not suck as a book. Starfuzz
Oh, Isaac.
or Fuse. It's
Yeah, but,
it's
I
good,
mean,
okay?
Apex
Reading
Eater,
source
if
material.
he would accept
paper-based.
endogenous money framing, he'd be a right-leaning post-Keynesian, but he's a Keynesian that dabbles in European social democracy.
Are we talking about Hayek?
I think we're talking about Nonfon.
Oh,
I
okay.
think he probably would endorse maybe endogenous money. I'm not sure. I think even actually Hayek endorsed endogenous money at some point. I've never done a full reading on it, but that actually I sent this blog to David. Like, this blogger called Lord Keynes. He has a whole social democracy in the 21st century. It's a blog all about post-Keynesian economics, and he has a lot of critiques of Austrian stuff. A lot of times his critiques are of Austrians that are more extreme than Hayek. Hayek actually had, passages where he's like, maybe some type of social safety net is like okay. And Hayek, I think, has a quote where he says like, oh, actually, money is endogenous. So a lot of his critiques are for people even more extreme than Hayek. But I think I'm with endogenous money. I just don't know enough.
I'm very glad that you're here to have the econ chats with your chat, because that was something I was nervous about going into this, because as you know, as I expressed to you, like every waking chance I get, I do not grasp econ well at all. So
That's why I started with like diving into econ stuff, is because that was like the one topic I was like scared to talk about, because I was like, I really don't know much about it at all. But I think I've got my Overton window set for economics. Okay, I got laissez-faire capitalism is the furthest quote unquote right I will go, and then the furthest left is going to be like democratic socialism. Somewhere in there is where I'll end up, I'm sure.
I don't know if Econo Boy is still in chat. Okay, just never talk to him. Never talking about anything.
What's he gonna try to convince me of?
Econo Boy is, Dem sock Dem. Like I think he basically describes himself as a socialist now, but his definition of socialism is like the sort of Matt Bruneck definition of socialism of just like, if you socialize 60% of the wealth in your country, as Norway does, that seems to be socialism, or at least mostly socialist, he'll say. And like I don't think that's a wholly unreasonable definition, but I don't think it's what most people mean. But.
Well, I mean, at least he's willing to concede to some like a more accurate definition of socialism to like a real world thing than like tankies.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Because they won't concede that anything is socialism. Nothing's socialism.
The arguments Hayek gives for competition being like the primary driver behind setting prices and whatnot are extremely good. Like I had never like actually heard the quote unquote like philosophical arguments for capitalism before. Like the more kind of in-depth versions of them, and I have come away being much more pro-capitalist than I initially thought I would be.
Yeah.
But I have yet to get into like some more socialist argumentations and whatnot, because truthfully, his foreword is really dismissive of socialism to the point where I was like, okay, I definitely have to read more material, because it seems like he's super biased, and it was just like super dismissive. So
there's. What are you asking, JC?
Oh, I didn't say anything.
It's me. Who are we talking about? What's his name?
Friedrich Hayek. He's a.
Oh no, we all sound the
like
same. See, and I was thinking that David and Ringold sounded kind of similar. We're so fucked.
Hayek. His name? Frederick Pyatt?
Friedrich Hayek. Yeah.
Hayek.
I mean, if you just type, I don't know how to pronounce it. It's some weird name, but if you just type in like
Hayek.
Yeah.
The road to serfdom is specifically what we're talking about.
A road to serfdom. Okay, thank you.
Ringold is a research guru,
I will
so
say,
he will definitely read everything.
I'm sure if I open Twitch chat, Econo Boy might be spamming this.
Econo Boy says his arguments are too strong. That's what he says.
Yeah.
I think you're just scared.
I mean,
Nonfon.
A lot of socialists like Econo Boy value equality like more intrinsically. So like I think I haven't read him, okay, but Econo Boy mentions G.A. Cohen all the time. He's like, oh, this is a good like socialist philosopher, and like he'll so the Econoboy will give an example he gave of like, oh, Tiny Tim. So let's imagine we have a kid. He's disabled. His name is Tiny Tim, and he only has one leg, and we know that giving him a prosthetic leg would not actually increase net utility, right? For whatever reason, net utility is not increased by this action, and resources the resource allocation is not maximally efficient if we give him a prosthetic leg. It still seems like it kind of be better to give him a prosthetic leg just so he's equal with everyone, right? There's just so many things that you can't do when you have to rely on other people, when you don't have the same, equal life as everyone. And there are more nuanced arguments for evaluating equality too. I mean, I think, I don't know, I'm evil. I'm just an evil utilitarian. Okay. I mean, I just think, I think at the end of the day, utility is the only thing that intrinsically matters. And
The main
Whoa.
argument from Hayek is that that most of the time that competition, like the valuing sort of this competition, ends up giving you the same result as socialism. It's just a little bit slower. And the problem is that so basically what you're doing is you're saying for however much faster you want this thing, you're willing to jeopardize so much more values like liberty and freedom to those kind of qualities, which is what's really getting to me is this idea of in a hierarchy of values, you have this idea that you want to promote certain values above others. You have to make that trade-off in no matter what system of governance you use or economic whatever. And so basically he's saying that the potential pitfalls you get from giving the government too much power over the economy is way more scary than any sort of slower achieving of social goals.
Econoboy says in all caps, mind you, bow to your utility god.
Oh yeah.
So is
listen, the utility.
I'm utility,
the utility
Jesus.
God is fate.
I have another. This isn't a super chat, but it's a capital chat, and so that's what we're gonna treat as a super chat. Jared, you are a bum. Any comment?
That is true, actually. I'm assuming that's someone in the room with me right now.
This is from the valued contributor Tippy F on the Associated Press. No, I'm kidding.
I have no clue, but
it's actually from Ezra Klein. He commented.
Yeah, it's Ezra Klein. Yeah, he hears you shitting on his book. He's coming in here.
I'm pretty sure this is Griffin, but
hey, I bet
whatever.
Nonfon could at least explain a housing policy better than Sam Cedar, which is both true and no offense, Nonfon, incredibly embarrassing for Sam. No joke, this is good advice.
I will,
Make sure you
by
believe
the
in
way-
social finance banking whenever you apply for a loan. It is real. That's true. You get you say you know somebody. You should always say you know somebody wherever you try to buy something or get a loan for something. Always say you know somebody. Always, always. And if somebody works at a large company, so like State Farm Insurance, for example, be sure to ask them if they know what's the commercial guy? Jake. Make sure you ask them if they know Jake. If they live in Hollywood, ask them if they know Ryan Reynolds or anybody famous. Jared, you are a bum. All right. I'm
Very true.
sorry, but you are violating the terms of service, and so we're gonna have to put you in timeout.
Wait, do you have mod power in YouTube? I need to make sure you guys
I
have
I don't know if I have mod power over yours, but I definitely have mod power over mine.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm doing it all through Restream.
Yeah. It might give you I don't know.
You aren't
but-
supposed to actually read Hayek. Just read the use of knowledge in society, competition as a discovery procedure. He didn't contribute anything to econ after that. Oof. Harsh words.
Okay,
Hey,
hold on. Here's
Wait, who said
my
that?
argument for that. I'm a philosophy major, okay? Like I value philosophy very highly in areas like this. The reason why, in my opinion, you should always read books, even if they are like just, even if they're just influential books and they're not from any sort of like standpoint of like actual impact to whatever subject they're talking about, their ideas influence usually so much of the actual topic that they write in that like not like a ton of the subject matter is impacted by their philosophy and their writings, even if they individually don't actually contribute to anything further. So like understanding their writings and their philosophy behind their like seminal works help you understand the big picture of like movements way better than you would just being like, oh yeah, this guy did this thing.
So you're an econ guy who is very philosophy pilled.
Well, no, I'm a philosophy guy who's trying to
Gotcha.
become very econ pilled.
Okay, gotcha. And are you a Marxist?
Oh no,
okay, gotcha.
Not
I was
at
just
all.
curious.
I will.
Um,
I will say that whenever I read things, just because I'm not I like for the streaming space I'm in, I'm the most econ filled person or whatever. But like I haven't actually even read Hayek, right? Like I'm not actually like that intelligent or anything when it comes to it. I don't have a degree in it. I'm not even formally studying it in school. I will be soon.
All right, we've got some pop-offs in the chat. This has to be pentuple on an alt. Poo poo pee pee poo poo pee. Jared, you are an idiot and stupid and living in your parents' house
Okay,
at
hold
20,
on.
playing games and gooning.
Ellie, ask that question again.
I think this is pentuples. Are you talking to somebody in the room? I need mob powers over Nonfon's brain. Someone said you are a goner, which I think was supposed to be gooner and not like a threat. But Jared is a goner. Oh, I don't know. Now let's look at a little weird. Yeah.
That's a griffin.
The
Okay,
leftist
so you wanna ask
shitting on the
this one,
abundance book for content are so cringe. Just make a serious critique of the content without the scary neoliberal. Well, the problem, Apex Eater, is, and I will speak. I can speak just with slight authority on this, like at least with the leftist aspect of it. Anybody who's familiar with them understands they don't care about anything other than it's that famous philosophy tube quote, right? They don't want power. They want to endlessly critique power. So for them, it doesn't even matter if the critique is substantial. It's about needling and nitpicking, and it will never, ever, ever be good enough. So they can't make a serious critique. And the other reason is, as I was kind of alluding to with the Sam Cedar disastrophe of a conversation, they haven't even thought that far. They can't actually formulate any sort of policy prescription because in their mind, like everything boils down so cleanly to like rich bad, money bad, billionaire bad, that when Ezra Klein actually asked Sam Cedar to like get into the nitty gritty of what was the question he asked him, why is Texas better at like building than liberal states? And Sam Cedar just like folded immediately, just could not answer, couldn't even begin to address the question. So that's ultimately the problem, is the leftists are very concerned with like the morality and justice of the world around them without any actual intention to like exercise power and governing it the way that they want their morals to lead to. So sorry, I didn't mean to dominate there. I'm a gooner, we goonin'. Yeah, there are a lot of gooner. Nonfon, what is with your community?
Coming from a philosophy perspective, because I run into people like this all the time, oftentimes people like overestimate the ease of like granular things. So they like assume that like if you just start with like a really good and noble philosophy, that you can kind of just hand wave through the rest of it and be like, well, I'm very like philosophically grounded in this one topic. Like obviously like in your mind, you think I have the right opinion here. And then you feel like that can carry you like 90% of the way, but then you very quickly
in reality
it's like
20%.
Reality, yeah. Exactly.
And that's what
and then,
when I said I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, that's basically my point.
I used to be much further to the left politically and economically, and so that's why that's it definitely, it's the sense of like moral righteousness that you have behind, well, I'm fighting for the underprivileged. It's all like once you cram everything into that like Marxian class analysis of like the oppressed and the oppressor, it becomes so easy to just automatically, once you associate yourself with whichever group you've identified as the oppressed, you get such a good feeling inside, and you and your friends, and I'm not saying there's anything negative about that necessarily, like, I obviously think it's good to, like, help people that need help, but yeah, it unfortunately doesn't lead to any sort of, like, real political advancements, because I feel like there's just a severe lack of, like, knowledge when it comes to, like, navigating political systems, because there's a lack of interest in navigating political systems. It's all about the revolution or whatever. But I don't even know that leftists would know how to do, like, a revolution. Like, they can't even win an election.
The biggest question I usually have for, like, the revolutionary thinkers is, like, I always say, okay, let's assume that you, like, get your wonderful revolution. Okay, you guys win. And it's like, oh yes, we've overthrown the terrible capitalism and, like, society that we're living in. Like, afterward, you then now have to sit down and come up with a new political system that tries to, like, appropriate everything. And it's like, you're going to run into the same problems you had beforehand.
Yes.
The political system is going to be built on it's going to be built on violence. There's going to be a history of this violent revolution that started it. Everyone in this society is going to be like, oh, this all started because of some violent resolution. Like, how can we even cope with the fact that it's been started this way and, like, you know, is built on the backs of all of this horrible things? And it's like, that's exactly what you're trying to fight against. Like, you have to work within the system.
Patrol, is that liberal or is that left? Because those two words don't mean the same thing anymore. I do think the liberal in America is always going to be kind of associated with the left. I think that's pretty ingrained. But liberal, and I don't want to speak for Nonfon, but I think when we use the term liberal or neoliberal, we're referring to, like, we're distinguishing ourselves from the more, like, progressive left or woke left in the United States. And then Apex Eater, yeah, Sam can be thoughtful, but he wasn't ready to defend his position or lack thereof. Yes, that's true, but he also has incredibly strong statements to make on these topics, and then when it comes time to, like, actually ground them out in a really granular conversation about specific issues and specific policy prescriptions for them, he can't even participate because he hasn't even thought to step one of that process. I disagree. Starfuse TV. I actually do think that Sam Cedar is pretty smart. He's been in this space for a while, and he actually is, if I recall, more interested in advancement by electoral politics than most, like, leftists, especially, like, that nutjob Bigland that he has on the show. He doesn't even have a philosophy. I would. Google is free, so is YouTube. I don't know where you're watching us. Looks like Twitch. YouTube is a similar website that's even better because it doesn't involve Hassan Piker or Dan Clancy nearly as much. So I recommend you go there, type in the Majority Report, watch some of those videos before you say something stupid. I mean, the dude's been politically active for the past, 25 years? Sam Cedar, he's been doing this shit for a while. So if you're going to discount someone just because, lol, it's epic and base to, like, dunk on the lefties, or I don't know what the reasoning is. Everybody has some sort of insight to offer politically. Even the most deplorable of, like, neo-Nazis, depending on where they live in the United States, you're going to get an insight into material issues that will need to be addressed. They just probably don't have anything to do with, like, I don't know, Jews or black people or whatever the Nazis are interested in blaming their problems on. Sam Cedar is a half-wit. Why don't you... I genuinely don't think that. I don't know. Rinyold, Paul, or David, sorry. I don't know if Nonfon has been absorbed. What do you guys think of Sam Cedar? What are your thoughts on Sam Cedar?
Obviously, like, I disagree with him on some things, but I don't think he's a half-wit. I don't think, like...
Okay, Localist Party said, I get all my information from Styx, Hex, and Hammer, so, okay. Makes sense. Sorry, Rinyold, continue, please.
Oh, that was David, but I understand we're similar voices.
I'm Spock! I'm sorry.
It's okay. I totally understand. No, I think Sam Cedar is, like, a good force, like, net positive, a good force. I just think that he's mistaken and misguided on some things. I think if we push too hard against Sam Cedar, then we just are doing the same shit we hate the far left for doing towards liberals, of, like, shutting out people who could, like, work towards positive change for the values we actually believe in. So like I think that obviously there are things I would disagree with him on, and if I ever got to talk with him, I would push him on those things and question him about it. But I don't think I would ever be like, aggressive or like dismissive of him on the whole.
Yeah, I mean, the other people at the majority report, like literally every other person there, it like they're in a distinct category to me from Sam Cedar when it comes to like political, like validity of like a political alliance. Like I'm way more willing to align myself
I
with
agree.
Sam
There are
Cedar
some people on the
himself
majority
than the
report.
majority report as a whole. But yeah, I don't think he's a halfwit, not even long.
Yeah, I know.
And then Patrol, the reason you're only seeing half the chat is because I have like the restream view of chat, and I'm really dumb, and I don't know how to like do the cool transparent background chat overlays
Lots
like
of filthy
Brynhild
people.
and Nonfon do.
I never miss.
Streamlabs.
Streamlabs. Ugh. Is that what this website is just the answer that everybody gives me for everything? Am I not supposed to be using OBS?
Well, just go
I'm
and
such a boomer.
no, you can use OBS. It's completely compatible. I literally, here's what I did. I looked up chat overlay, and I think it'll come right up. Or like streamer, or look up Streamlabs chat overlay. I bet it'll come up.
All right, I'll do that after this game, because yeah, it's especially with when I'm hosting someone else's chat, I want to make sure that I can replicate the pure non-font experience as much as possible with half the quality. Apex Eater has issued a challenge. Sorry, Starfuse TV. He has been asked to give his moral philosophy before, and he can't give a clear answer. Annoying podcast bros have a place in democratic politics. He fills the niche. Is the moral philosophy like with reference to the Jubilee? Because I think you severely misunderstood that the context of that conversation. I think that saying you have like you're a moral relativist. I don't think that means you don't have a moral philosophy or can't give a clear answer on a moral philosophy. Now, if it's I'm a moral relativist and then he's asked a moral question and can't answer it, then I would probably say that, yeah. But I don't remember that Jubilee too well, so I suppose I could be wrong. But as I recall, that clip that was going around saying, oh, he doesn't even have morals, that all like the Andrew Wilson diptards were like pushing around. My recollection is that was basically just him saying, I'm a moral relativist. And then Apex Eater asked for the last 5 econ authors y'all have read. And they have Stephen Keen, Georgios Callis, Walter Beijhot, Gerald Cohen, and Richard Wolff. Well, Richard Wolff is the only one I know.
Jesus.
I
I think mine are Benjamin Powell. Again, I've been reading his book about sweatshops. Charles Goodhart. I read a little bit of his stuff about central banks. I would have to. I don't actually know the order of the other things I read. Does Nicholas Decker count? I think.
No.
I don't know.
No.
I don't know if he counts. I read his blog yesterday. I don't know. I think it'd probably be Paul Krugman and some other people. And it's hard to remember the order. Paul Krugman and whoever wrote some of the papers on housing that I downloaded, some of those people, but I don't remember their names. I know David Arthur. David Arthur was the author on one of them.
Localist Party Nonfon is a fan of Denims and Lavloon. Oh wait, no,
Bro.
wait. Didn't you famously
Bro.
denounce Lavloon on my stream?
I famously denounced that her OnlyFans was.
Yes,
Yeah.
you did. Yes. That was the clip. Was the OnlyFans is a complete and utter ripoff.
Oh, by the way, we should. You mentioned Denims, reminded me of this. We should. Have you guys seen any of the news about the Gaza flotilla and Greta Thunberg?
Okay, I have seen the
No.
picture of her
What?
on the boat, like on the little floating boat or whatever. What about it?
Did you see? I think Israel. I can't load that many articles. I think Israel has arrested everyone on it.
Yo.
So far, they said harmlessly, and like from the pictures I've seen, they seem pretty unharmed. So,
But
seemingly
is
they learned-
Hassan
they-
and Denims and them,
learned.
they're like freaking out. Like this is like a major fascistic authoritarian overreach, I'm sure. And this is a clear example.
Yeah, I need to know. I need to like. I don't know if I'll do reading of this just because I don't care about this topic anymore. I don't care.
Yeah. big time.
I need to know. I think technically they were in international waters, but also I know last time Israel raided a flotilla, it was in international waters. And then the first like UN court or whatever said it was okay because these people were like, they were in international waters, but openly broadcasting, hey, we're going to go to Gaza specifically to break the blockade. And originally, I think the UN said, actually, the blockade is legal, so you're cool to do that. And then there was another like council like 2 years later, which had another decision saying actually the blockade is not okay, so you can't do that. But one of those decisions doesn't necessarily overrule the other. There's just kind of like two like non-binding opinions conflicting with each other, and I don't know which one has stronger merit.
Wait, so you're saying there are two separate resolutions that have been made to an issue regarding that area of land, two separate ones by a body of Western nation, or body led by Western nations. You're saying there's two separate ones that are both somehow simultaneous. I cannot, in the whole history of the region, I don't think that's ever, one, happened before, and two, if it had, it's never led to any issues whatsoever.
Yeah, right. How
could anyone think that there could be a
get
problem with Israel having that territory having multiple resolutions regarding it that conflict? That's never happened before, right, guys?
I don't know. Maybe I'll do a reading on it.
If that's the truth, that's actually fucking hilarious, though, for that reason. That if like both of them exist, that would be hilarious. Not for anybody.
They're not resolutions, but they're like UN inquiry. Like there's like two different UN bodies. Both did like inquiries into it.
I was being a little bit decorative with the language to make the joke, and I guess I can tell that you got it. So
they would never.
You're both vegan lesbians on the left. I am not a vegan. Nonfon knows how much of a vegan I'm not. Infinite chimpanzee murder, right, Nonfon? I think that's what you wedged me into.
Wait, what?
My friend did not like my anti-nature argument. She was very against it, but my anti-nature one.
Did they know my?
Hate is a strong
Because
word.
I know that they said that they liked me or whatever. Do they know that I would condone infinite chimpanzee murder to relieve myself of a mild headache?
Ellie, just so you know, this guy needs you to know.
No,
okay?
I did not
He
say
would
I
do an
need them to know. I asked if they
You
knew.
would do an infinite chimpanzee murder just to relieve himself of a headache.
Damn right.
Kill an infinite
Damn right.
chimpanzees.
Infinite. They're just animals. And
Wild.
I'm a person.
That doesn't seem morally right.
That is totally morally
For
right
real.
if your moral system prioritizes human well-being.
But I disagree. I disagree with him on animal rights.
I'm just curious. I'm sorry. I'm a philosophy guy. What is your reason for prioritizing human well-being?
It's
How do you
purely
determine-
subjective preference. It's not. There's nothing.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
there's nothing guiding. I happen to be a human, so I think the promulgation of my species is, in my evaluation, a good thing, and the prioritization of that promulgation is a good thing. So anything that hinders the promulgation of my species is a bad thing. Therefore, I would push that. Nonfon, I would put both of my hands together like this, and I would slam that button. And then you know what? After the headache was gone, I'd press it again to relieve your headache. Because that's how much of a loving and caring individual I am. No, yeah. The last time that I was on stream with that take, though, I think it was like 1:30 in the morning, and I made someone very upset. But I think we're all chill now.
I think so. It doesn't seem like anyone cares.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like.
I care still about that horrendous YouTube. If Gibbs is allowed to get offended about the title of that one YouTube video I put out, then I am outrageously offended at the way you titled me.
Oh, wait.
Some kind of what was it? Crazy admission? I actually don't remember now. I don't remember.
I think it was vegan debate ends in crazy admission.
Yeah. Was there another one too? Was there another like crazy hypothetical you had me answer?
There might have been. I think it was like, it was like if you were a Martian, okay, or if humans moved to Mars, okay, and the
Oh my
human
God.
species on Mars
Yes.
became less intelligent over
Right.
time.
That. Yeah.
Eventually,
And I feel like I have a
Yeah,
different
eventually
answer
this
for that
thing
one now,
became-
because that's the one where it's like the species like separated, but I was still like an Earth human or something. I feel like my answer might have changed, but I don't want to.
I think it was. No, I said that you were in this hypothetical. You're the Mars one. You're the human species on Mars that became less intelligent over time.
Oh,
Or
then yeah, I
technically
would
not human
prioritize
anymore.
Martians, which I think is what I said.
Yeah.
Which hey, I'm not gonna, like I just said, there's nothing, I can't defend any sort of like rational logic or anything of the sort when it comes to that. That's just, I happen to be a human, so I subjectively prefer humans. That being said, by the way, I don't like torture animals. I own 3 cats that I love very much, and are very spoiled. I don't kick
Oh
dogs.
yeah. Do you have a lawn, JC?
Do I have oh my
Do you have a
god.
lawn?
Is this the stupid? Okay, who set this off?
Dude, I called into Soy Pill stream
Oh
today
my
because he was doing
God.
college for his 100K special, and I condemned him for having a lawn. I told him to turn it into gravel.
Okay, Nonfon, is your stream familiar with this stupid ass argument?
Some of them are, at least.
This is your
Based
idea
argument.
that like because insects like spread human suffering that we should commit insect genocide and pave over our lawns.
Insecticide?
Yeah.
Huh?
No. It's not that insects spread human suffering. It's that insects themselves,
Suffer.
if they do suffer, probably live net negative lives. It's like their lives are very short, and the entire time they're like on the brink of starvation. They're constantly eating each other. They're constantly being killed by humans in the environment. Like there's just a lot of suffering in insects' lives, and their lives are so short that it's like almost definitely net negative. And I think to the extent that you can reduce the future insect population without like destroying the rest of the environment, you should do so.
Okay, can I ask you a couple of questions about that? Since and then David,
Sure.
you're in here too because you got the or how do you want me to refer to you, Potts, David G? The whole thing or David?
You can just call me by my
Okay.
name. The whole reason my name is Potts David G is because
That's your name.
one of my beliefs is to get rid of anonymity on the
Oh,
internet.
sure.
Or not. Yeah,
Sure.
so
Me too.
So I'm
That's
using my name.
that's why I go by the big JC. Okay, so Nonfon, you say the insect lives are so short and they lead, they will suffer in their short lives if they do. Like that's probably just better to get rid of them. Do you recognize that the evaluation of like insect lifespan as short is subjective?
I don't know. What do you mean? It's subjective by like.
Like you're so you're
subjective in that,
arbitrarily
like-
placing that.
It's relative.
Yeah, you're arbitrarily
It's
relative is a better
arbitrary.
word. Yeah, so you're arbitrarily kind of like deciding that. However, I don't know what is a fly's lifespan is like a week or something.
So,
And to you,
right. So I agree it's relative, but like so for example, like if an alien species like came down, to us and said like, oh, your lifespan was so short, we lived for 1 million years or
yeah, I
whatever.
was asked for
I still
smart
think like
topics,
that.
okay.
I still think I would still
This is a smart
think
topic.
that humans live net positive lives, even if our lifespans were relatively shorter. I think that I think it's just the absolute amount of suffering is what matters, because insects have such a short absolute amount of time. They just don't have they just don't have time to have much pleasure.
Can I shove you to the
I think
maximalist
that's-
position? Would you exterminate all
maybe.
life on planet Earth to end suffering?
No, because I think that net suffering is what matters. So I
What's
think
your
humans
calculus?
have net positive lives.
What calculus are you using here? Just harm?
Pleasure minus pain, basically. Like
Okay, what about the effects of removing the negative effects of removing insect populations? I know that you've probably done some like research into like the
Right.
biology of like I saw you post like some like graphic about like the yeah, something like that.
I think what that no, I think there was someone who posted a graphic of like biodiversity.
Yeah,
in,
that's what I'm
in
thinking
your
of.
garden,
Yeah.
and it showed like, oh, if you just have grass and not flowers or whatever, you remove so many insects. And I was like, it's missing the final step. Okay, gravel, 0 insects. All right, like get rid of them all. I mean, it's probably not literally 0 of gravel still, but I mean, you just factor that into the, into the calculus. It's like, so what do we expect the loss of like whatever insects to, do to humans? Like some insects are probably good for crops, so like we can't kill all of them. Some insects are necessary for pollination. You definitely can't kill them or whatever. But I would also, people keep telling me this, JC. Okay, Nonfon, don't you know? If you kill insects, a bunch of other animals are going to die. Okay, because they need to eat insects. Okay, and here's the maximalist position. Okay, the animals that eat insects also have net negative lives. And
Wait,
should
what
die.
about
Why?
people who
why
eat
wouldn't,
crickets?
Why wouldn't that? Hold on. I just want to push back.
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
For a second
Go
here,
ahead.
just on this wild point. So, if your position is that you need to kill these insects, wouldn't them killing the insects and eating them be itself a net positive on this calculus? Because they're helping exterminate these insects that are like a net negative.
So the real position, I say like kill the insects, but I think we should just try to aim at reducing the future insect population, and like that might, I don't know, maybe in some cases that would involve killing the insects, but like obviously I don't want to, if I care about insect suffering, I don't want to cause suffering to insects. And I think that obviously just like literally killing them would cause suffering to them. But you can do things to just, if you just reduce the size of the environment, the insect population will like sort of naturally go down over time. But like when insects eat other insects, like, that causes insect suffering. It also causes another insect to continue living. And then that insect goes on to reproduce and have more babies that eat other insects in it. It's a whole, that seems like it probably creates a lot of suffering if insects suffer, which they might not, but.
Well,
You want to hear my my crazy philosophy take here?
Absolutely. Let's go.
All right. So I don't know what you guys what your guys' opinion is on free will, but I personally don't believe free will exists.
Base? Holy base.
However-
Holy base. Dude, I
wait, so we're all in base.
I
Are we all
I go
Alex
one
O'Connor
step
enjoyers
further.
here? Is that the...
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
He's who got me to major in
Oh,
philosophy. That's why
absolutely based. We love Alex.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, real quick. While I was muted, my friend was yelling at me, because she was FaceTiming her friend, and she was like, "This guy's insane. This guy wants to kill all the insects, and this guy doesn't believe in free will. This guy thinks that rapists should have comfy prison because he doesn't believe in
Wait,
free
who
will."
the
And I
fuck
was
said
like,
that?
It's the same girl that you.
No,
said was,
who was saying the
or
rapist?
even-
Like, did anybody say that?
No, well, I didn't. I mean, that's just a reductio like people try
Oh,
to
I
use.
see.
It's like, oh, well, if you don't believe in free will, doesn't that mean like evil people aren't like actually that evil? And it's like, well,
Oh, I
kinda.
see.
Like,
I think the
Yeah.
bigger sell for people is that it also means that good people aren't actually good.
yeah.
I think that's the harder sell for people, because it's like, obviously you can kind of debate on the whole, they're not actually bad, but taking away people's goodness can be really hard to convince people of. But side tangent, there's a similar, in the same vein of argumentation, I kind of am of the mind that consciousness doesn't exist.
Oh?
Okay. That's
So,
interesting to me.
Like as
because,
in a material,
I,
like in a material
uh,
sense, or just like it exists, like in any tangible sense? Like, what are you?
So a quick rundown is that, so are you aware of what panpsychism is?
No.
So it's the belief that, so basically there's a question in philosophy of mind that says, technically speaking, it doesn't make any sense that a material universe can give rise to consciousness, right? Like if all the bridge between how you get from all material, zero consciousness in the material, to a system that creates a conscious experience is very, like, kind of philosophically difficult to justify.
Is this the idea that
However-
consciousness transcends physical reality into like alternate universes and stuff potentially? Because I may.
No.
Okay.
It's that consciousness is a fundamental particle, kind of, in a way. Not an actual particle, like in physics terms, but it's a fundamental structure of the universe. Everything has some level of consciousness. That's what panpsychism is. Like, it's a fundamental building block of the
So
universe.
rocks
okay?
feel pain. Is
And-
this that one?
not that they feel
But-
pain. It's in the same way that like a very, very small
Wait,
amount of matter is
wait.
like. Is
I got a better
functionally
one.
not
This is the
real.
Force. You're describing the Force from Star Wars.
No,
Yes.
not really. It's maybe. Kind
Yes,
of
you are.
actually,
You're
midichlorian,
saying there is a
kind of.
consciousness that runs through the entire universe and exists in all things.
Yes.
You are describing the Force.
But see, obviously, this seems kind of just intuitively difficult to.
Sure, yeah,
to
I'm
agree
sorry. I
with.
don't mean to be dismissive.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm
Well,
just
No. I totally get it.
even for streaming.
But my whole point basically is that due to this sort of disconnect, I think it would be much better to say maybe it's not that we need to add more consciousness. Maybe it's just not there to begin with at all. So basically, like, the difficulty with adding consciousness into material matter is not that like we should just add consciousness to everything, but it's that even things that we think are conscious aren't actually conscious. And my main argument for this is think of the human brain like a really, really complicated advanced large language model, okay?
Right.
We're just really, really good at predicting what the next, like, what response we should give to our experiences and our inputs. And we just also have a layer that has that same, like, sort of predictive algorithm, but for our own thoughts. To the point where it, like, comes up as its own conscious experience.
Cope the Knock in chat says consciousness is difficult to philosophically justify, doesn't make sense to me, and why would consciousness need to be philosophically justified? What would that even mean?
Okay.
Yeah, you go for it.
So basically the question is, when you think of like a red ball, when you in your mind's eye, like you picture oh my god, Twitch just got a penta and Vi got a quadra kill. This is wild. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
sorry, I've been stuck in this game. I'm gonna play Swain next.
But basically, if you think of like a red ball in your mind's eye, you can actually like physically picture a red ball. Like there's some experience you have of that picture in your head. But if you were to open up your brain, you can't find that red ball anywhere. It's not actually in there. There's no matter making up a red ball anywhere. There's not even like a way to sort of effectuate that. You can say that the sort of neurons in your brain can be interpreted of that red ball, but the actual like experience of picturing that red ball itself is not anywhere to be found in your brain.
Right.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
not
I
physical.
heard Alex O'Connor say that. Yeah, I don't know. Like maybe I've never done reading in a philosophy of minds, and maybe what I'm about to say is stupid. Okay, but like, it's never been that it's never been that crazy to me that like basically things can be like emergently complex. Like you can have a conscious experience that can have can create whatever perception of a red ball without it being like a physical physically there.
I'm of that same persuasion as well. I think that the questions around consciousness themselves are kind of nebulous, and like I'm not very convinced that they're even asking good questions per se. Like it just seems to me like it's kind of like asking, okay, like the computer is making a picture on my monitor screen, but if you open up that computer, the picture is not there. Like you can't
Right,
find
yeah,
the monitor, you can't find
that's kind of what I was
and
gonna say. Yep.
That's exactly the same. Yeah.
Because
And
someone in
so-
chat said
and then
consciousness is a black box, and that's kind of what I was going to say. Is it's like the component parts and their interactions don't necessarily give us insight into the actual processes that are going on, and that's why consciousness is a black box, because we can like scan the brain as much as we fucking want, but we don't know where the consciousness part is.
And then that to me is also kind of why it's like interesting that I think it makes more sense to believe that consciousness is just illusory, kind of just like free will is. That like this experience, this unique experience we think is so special to us that we have access to, that we think is like some, elusive thing, isn't actually as different as we think it is.
Are you a vegan?
And I am very much in agreement with like
it's a non-fun
but
vegan. Okay, I see. So a fake one.
I like this
okay.
guy. I like
although
this guy.
although
Okay.
I recently am I'm trying to go vegan. My girlfriend and I have decided that we're gonna try it. We're gonna give it the old college
Why
try.
don't you just
so
fucking
we'll see what
chat it up
happens.
and just
Dude,
like
let's
kill
go.
a chimpanzee with one hand and eat its flesh with the other? Just why even
you
bother?
see,
See, this is why. We're
Because
on the
I-
same wavelength, David. You're so based.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you're so
I-
based. Okay.
yeah.
It's also why Nonfon and I are on the same wavelength on some things, but not other things. That, just to be clear,
See, I
that is
see.
not my, like, I repeat, I do not gleefully, like, look forward to, like, murdering chimps or anything. This was just an argument that
Yeah,
we
I
had a
know.
while ago.
Oh, I get that. I get that.
But we know very little about the brain. We know, I feel like the brain, like, we know a weird, like, I had no idea how, like, the field of neuroscience and neurosurgery is, like, way more developed than I guess as a layman I knew. Like, the brain itself,
Yeah, no,
I feel
I
like
think-
that's less of an issue than where consciousness stems from. We still have
Yes, that's what I
no
was gonna
idea
say.
where that begins.
I think we know more about the brain than we think we do because we're trying to answer a question that doesn't have an
Right.
answer.
Oh,
It's
okay,
like
sure. Yeah, yeah.
continually asking, like, what happened before the Big Bang? And it's like, okay, well, that's kind of a really hard and dumb question because, like, the Big Bang is the beginning of what we're, like, the system of the way we're actually trying to solve the question. Like, the Big Bang is the beginning of that question. So it's like you can't go back before it.
Well, I think the consciousness is a
so-
little bit different, and I think that the reason that people seek, like, the answer to, like, where does consciousness stem from, it's got more implication to it, to, like, real world consequences than the Big Bang. Like, if you can prove, like, consciousness is, like, let's say there is, like, a part of the brain that consciousness, a specific part,
Stems from.
like a specific area
Yeah.
that it stems from. Once that part is developed, I mean, at that point, like, the abortion argument becomes, like, a lot more, like, kind of hard-lined against, like, that area versus, at least with some of the pro-life, because, like, I'm pro-choice up until complete fetal brain development, and then at that point, like, it's because of that reason. I don't know where
Yeah.
consciousness comes from, but I know that a brain produces consciousness. So once the baby's fully cooked in that area, it ain't coming out. But yeah, I feel like there is a lot more ramifications to, like, what consciousness is and means than just the Big Bang. I feel like there's a categorical difference there. I don't know if that. I
Yeah.
feel like I'm being a little too hyperbolic. Yeah, see, I just lost this game. You're really trying to talk shit in a brawl. Your mother doesn't love you. Jeez, Jinx and Vi, so harsh.
They're going
That
at
was the
it.
funny part too, is that Jinx and a Vi, mother doesn't love you. All right, I'm gonna play a
And see,
champion
and I
right
think
now.
the problem with trying to say that, like, and I think this is another reason why people have a difficult time justifying that, like, consciousness is just a single part of the brain, and why I think it's, like, a much more complicated answer than that is that, like, we can see stages of consciousness develop, like, you know, in chimpanzees, they have consciousness and can learn language, like sign language, up to a certain amount, and have very pro-social behaviors that are very similar to how humans behave. And they even have, you know, patrols and wars and defend territory, and, like, and their brains literally don't have all the same structures as ours does. And then, you know, you go a little bit further back in primates and you see their behaviors less complex. You can see similar pro-social behaviors in completely different, like dolphins and stuff like that have very different brain structures. So it's obvious that it's, like, some sort of, the way brains are constructed give rise to something similar to conscious experience, but like, the actual connection between the two is very hard to define.
Yeah. And I don't necessarily disagree, by the way, that when it which I think this was more the kind of point that you were trying to drive at, which is that these questions, like, busying ourselves with solving these questions could prevent us from asking the more interesting ones. So I definitely agree with that. I still think, like, the source of consciousness or, like, the origin of the universe are questions that they've occupied the human mind since, like, I mean, communication and was evolved, and they occupy us to this day, and we're never going to let them go. But I agree with you, like, we have to make sure that we're proportioning our levels of focus to the questions that actually matter, so to speak.
And I don't even think necessarily we should let them go. I just think that we need to be, like, aware exactly what kind of, like, questions we're asking, and always be aware that sort of boundary or barrier between, like, whether or not it's even a good question is you know, asked at least, or thought about in the pursuit of these questions.
Right. It's kind of like I mean, you've been talking in philosophy, like, I just talk it online. I haven't really read anything like grounded band, like Wikipedia articles, but in the conversations online, the big meme for a while was the The whole like everything is relative, everything is arbitrary.
Oh yeah.
So like yeah, I wasn't trying to get go after that, by the way, with the like with after
No.
Nonfon with that. But no, the other big meme is well, how do you know that you're really real? Or how do you know that you're not a computer simulation? How do you know that you're not this? How do you know that you're not that? The question of hard solipsism, right? And or the discussion
real
around
response to that.
I don't know, and why would I care?
doesn't matter.
Yep, and that's what I was kind of getting at. Is
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Is that it's very similar to the consciousness thing. Like, it probably doesn't matter where consciousness comes from or how the universe like began. Like, it probably doesn't impact us in any sort of meaningful way, but it's still just interesting to talk about. I've never I guess I've never considered like because you were referencing like social behaviors amongst like primates with like differing brain structures. That is actually kind of interesting.
Yes.
Yeah. Not kind of interesting. That's very
It's
interesting.
super fascinating. Yeah.
Oh no, my
Bro, I'm trying to download the Use of Knowledge in Society on my phone, and it won't fucking.
Oh
let
wait!
me, bro.
Oh no! Oh, I'm gonna jump off a chair, and there's gonna be a substance around my. There's gonna be some sort of material that's surrounding my neck when that happens.
oh, I lost that. Oh no, where'd the chat go? No.
Well, what do you mean by substance? What do you mean
No.
by? What do you?
What do you mean by that?
What do you mean by believe?
What do you mean by believe?
Oh, Jordan Peterson pisses me off so
Okay, so
much, dude.
are you
He gives philosophy a bad
David,
name.
you familiar with Matt Dillahunty? Dude,
yes.
Dillahunty had that guy fucking nailed down like years ago. I don't understand how he's made it this far, and only now after a fucking jubilee are people like, hey, wait a minute. This guy just says big words that sound smart, but he's an actual idiot. And Matt said that like fucking years ago.
Because he has no shame. Because Jordan Peterson has no shame. I
That's
bet
why
in a
he
few
fits in
weeks
so
he'll
well
be
with
back and
conservatives.
He'll still be relevant. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why he fits in so well with that crowd, because none of them have any fucking shame. But no, I went back and listened to that. It's hard to find like good recordings of that debate between him and Jordan Peterson, the Matt Dillahunty. Yeah, because like it's mostly like ripped stuff and it's like poor audio quality. But if you watch, we might watch it on stream like at some point, especially with him being more like relevant. If you watch Matt's face at like various moments, like Jordan will say something and it'll like contort in confusion for a second, and then he'll like almost register that he's like making a face, and then he'll like pull it off. He'll pull the expression off. But like, it's so funny how many times that happens, because like he'll ask like a very basic philosophy question. Jordan Peterson will like ramble. And I'm pretty sure most of the questions they go through in that debate, like the God, they talk about God a lot. Very similar questions to what was gone over in the Jubilee. How he still doesn't have, like, in my mind, that was like a blowout from Dillahunty, a complete humiliation. I mean, Jordan said he would never have a conversation with him after that. How has he not at least made up better answers to those questions at this point?
Because, okay, here's the thing. The debate space in general has changed so much since the, like, advent of the new internet. And by new internet, I mean, like, post-2015-16 era internet, okay?
Sure.
And basically, the debate is not about convincing the interlocutor or even the audience of your position in that, like, in the debate. It is all about protecting your worldview from basically challenge, okay? And the way to do that is to optically win the debate. And no one in that goes into that conversation, especially Jordan Peterson. This is why I hate him so much. He doesn't go into the conversation actually trying to answer any questions, okay? Like, Matt Dillahunty is trying to, like, go into the debate with the idea of, like, okay, we're going to debate things and we're going to try to answer questions.
We're going to throw our ideas into the ring, and we're going to see who comes out less bloody on the other side, basically. Yeah.
That is not what Jordan Peterson's doing. His only goal is to further his ideology. And that's kind of true with all debate nowadays, is that, like, it's all about just furthering ideology. It's not anything to do with
figuring out what's good. So I agree, but I would also say that's all debate has ever been, is about furthering ideology, and it's all it will ever be, because I wanted to say, well, Reynold and I and Nonfon are, while we are, like, you know, the things that the positions we hold, the beliefs we hold have led us towards a given political affiliation, we tend to follow the more factual, like data-based argumentation around things like politics and or around things like economics and like things like the trans issues and stuff. I tend to like let science like dictate those, but even that in and of itself is still kind of like protecting an ideology. But the problem is like it doesn't feel like I'm protecting an ideology. When I go into these debates, it just feels like I'm debating the facts,
because there is a difference.
Which is the problem.
There is a difference. And it's that it's about what, like, at the core of your convictions, what do you hold as like the arbiter of those convictions? So like you can either say, okay, at the end of the day, I always want my like positions to lead to this outcome or this belief, or you can say, I always at the end of the day want my position to be what's closest to reality.
Right, yeah.
And people that have the belief that they want their positions to be closest to reality are people that typically, like, you know, look to science. They, you know, try to, like, have these debates in honest and in, like, good faith or whatever. But the people that just genuinely want to try to further their ideology have that view that at the end of the day, all that matters is like, putting the phrasing the questions and looking into it to get to the answer they want to believe, that they're like already at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's definitely
But like
true.
if you have that's the main difference there.
That's why just to be super clear, when I mean debate, like online debate, I do not consider like it's so divorced from like the very formal. I don't think I've ever actually participated in anything like this myself. The very formal like 5 minutes, 5 minute side A, 5 minute side B, 10-minute rebuttal, 10-minute rebuttal, cross examine. Like it's so divorced from that debate to me is more of a colloquialism to idiots yelling at each other on the internet, which is why I said like on stream I'll usually say like I'm going to yell at someone today about XYZ, even if they're like friendly or whatever, like even if it just ends up being like conversation. I don't really, it's not a debate. You're right, because you're not really ever trying to access the truth at the heart of the matter. You're trying to defend your ideological position.
Yes.
And like to me at that point it is just like entertainment, but I also do try to, whenever I have a debate, make sure that my arguments, I can always root them back into that like granular, if I ever get super lucky and I end up in a debate with the one other person who's like, ooh, I actually do want to like have the very fact-based, like rigorous, granular discussion. I'm like, oh my god, wait, really? And then like I get to scroll down past the first page of my notes doc into like the other 5.
The reason why it's so hard to actually have like that sort of more honest debate online is because to truly like actually reach the area where it's like you're getting to the truth, you have to be able to admit that you're wrong. Like you have to be able to say, oh shit, you're right, actually. I need to think more about that. You're probably like, I might be wrong. But that is suicide in an online debate. That is literally you lost. Like that's it. All the clips
That's
get
why
made fun of.
I
like,
wish
all the...
people would just do like instead of like panel things. Like I wish the people that talk on panels would just do more like let's just have like a one-on-one, like relatively like chill thing. Let's just talk for like we can talk for like 4 hours. And like just try to reach at like some type of conclusion. I don't know why like all of it like the people like a couple refuses to talk to me. I mean, even on panels, he has my camera disabled or whatever. And also, hold on, real quick, Patrol and the rest of the chatters, JC said I could keep my super chats. Okay, so
I did. Yes, I did. And I want to be clear, real quick. Nonfon did say when he was like giving everybody the access to the team, the stream team, and everything. He said that we could keep the super chats. I think that everybody here should name and shame Nonfon. That's weird. It's your money if it's your channel. So if anybody super chats me, I'll keep that. But if anybody super chats Nonfon, it's his money. Like I'm not gonna take his money. So super chat away. Give your boy some vacation funds.
Channel, but
yes.
Right, you're doing the work. Yeah, right. It's vacation fund. Okay?
Sub to me. To me. Donate to Nonfon. How about that?
That's true, actually. Yeah. Oh, I should have. Actually, your thing might be linked in the. It's not. I'm lying. Never mind. It should be linked. You should. I think you can actually link it in the description via Restream. You should be able to link your channel down there. Yeah, but yeah, that's a shout out to Patrol. Okay, my whale. Okay, anyone else is
Who
freaking
is
on
this
it as well,
person
but
that's
Patrol-
whaling your content?
Patrol is my whale. Patrol
Like,
is my
genuinely?
goat, okay, my. Yeah, he is, genuinely he is my whale streamer whale. Okay, so yeah. Anyone else can donate like 5 bits or something. Okay, I guess you'll get a thank you. Okay, but you won't be the one true.
The one true
non-fun
pay
whale.
pig.
Okay.
The
Exactly,
chief
the one true pay
NGGer.
pig. The number. I mean, if you donate just about anything in my chat, you do get like the number 1 thing on the leaderboard. So, that is for you.
There.
But yeah, I wish like every like all these like panels or whatever are like like a 2-hour conversation at most, and like it's usually a 2v2 or 3v3. So you're trying to yell over like other people.
Do you have any idea
it's like
how hard I
you're-
would have cooked Rob Noor if I had actually gotten like 20 minutes with him alone in that, instead of Sarah like complaining that she could hear my keyboard and kicking me off?
There are panels are especially.
I did not want to say this on the panel because it would sound so stupid for me to say this and be all like, it would just be so petty. But when he was like, all of you would fail the LSAT, I'd be like, bro, I got a 168 on the LSAT. What did you get?
Bro, yeah.
Like,
Okay,
what
whenever
the fuck
whenever
you mean?
Pentuple says that, it's fucking hilarious.
I'm just like,
Is that
oh
who
my
you're
God.
talking about, Pentuple? Or did Rob say that?
No, I was
Actually-
Oh. Oh! Wait, were you on the Wick panel? Is that where we're
I
friends
was
from?
with you on
Yeah, okay, sure. Now okay, it's all coming back to me. Yes.
yeah.
Okay. It's hard without cams on. I'm sorry. Yeah.
All good.
Lactoid is a piece of shit. I'm sorry. He's a slimy
Yeah,
piece of shit.
no, I got that.
I've never had a good faith debate with Lactoid. I always I know he has but I can tell from the way that he talks that he has the potential to have good faith conversations. I don't know what the lack of interest is.
Like I said, it's to further.
Well, the idea, okay.
he has-
I'm autistic as fuck. Okay, I literally cannot conceptualize like not wanting to be right. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, why would you ever go, well, I know what the more fact-based answer is, the more correct answer is, but fuck that, because this one more correctly coincides with my personal worldview. Like, that to me is insane.
They have a different view of truth than we do.
Yeah, it comes from
Truth
Jeebus.
in my mind is it comes from it's not it's much less it's still objective, but it's less what is it, there's less of a consensus around it, and in my mind it's they view it as something that can be attained, but only through going towards an end. The truth is an end that you get to. And so if they believe that the truth is this end, for instance, in religious philosophy, that truth would be making sure heaven, following God's will or whatever. And sort of any other thing that you try to put in the way of that end is not the truth.
Right. So
And
this is
So even if there's something that's quote unquote objectively true that's in the way of that, it's to them not true because it's in the way of the truth, which is this sort of end of, heaven and the Lord God Almighty and all that stuff.
so this. It's funny you bring that up because
I do want to.
Oh, go ahead, Nonfon.
I do want to mention real quick. Yeah, Starfew said this in chat. Debate should be dueling blog posts / opinion pieces.
Unironically
One,
true.
That is true. I wish there were.
Actual debate. Yes.
A Substack battle would be awesome.
Right, exactly. There should be more Substack battles, okay, between these streamers. But also, I do think I forget who had this idea. I don't think it was No Opinion, but I think No Opinion retweeted it. It might have been Joey. His last name starts with P, but he's another econ guy. People in administrations, especially Trump's administration, but also other administrations, the economists that are advising Trump, should do debates, formal
Yes.
debates, whether it be in person or whether it be dueling blog posts. They should. I think his suggestion was put up $10,000 on both sides, and then both of them should write a 40-page thesis about their policy, and then they get to, you know, another 20 pages to respond to the other guy's thesis, and then maybe you can do a response as well. And they should have like a, you know, 3-judge panel rule on it or whatever, and then like whoever wins like gets the money, because like people like Oren Cass are just like I mean, Oren Cass has a blog, and like he's a advisor to Trump or whatever, or he actually, I don't know if he's a formal advisor, but he defends Trump unnecessarily a lot. But like he doesn't do like any of these like debate things. Like he writes in his blog sometimes like, I think this idea is dumb, but like usually like his criticism will be like 1 or 2 sentences. And like, why aren't people like,
You want some
PhD, okay, Peter Navarro,
demonstration?
great advisor.
You want some demonstration that the
Why are
people running
they-
the country actually know what the fuck
Yeah,
they're
yeah, I
doing?
know. It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Why does Peter Navarro, who has a PhD in economics, like not have a like thesis about this stuff? There is one, like Stephen Miller has like his like 40-page like you know,
Stephen Miller is
restructuring the global trade
actually
order or
insane,
whatever. Yeah. But yeah. But yeah, like there should be actual defenses to the policy, and you should like put up money and let judges decide on it. Like let other economists
That's
respond
the
to it.
true,
Like
the
in a
true
actual
neoliberal,
thing.
the true
But-
capitalists always like put up money. I feel like they should just be required to do it as part of their duty to the nation, but maybe that's just me. But I also understand
yeah.
you want to. You're saying money because you want there to be some kind of like. You want there to be some incentive or some assurance that the process will actually get completed and not bullshitted. And money, I'm assuming that's just like a material motivator. Like it's a pretty easy one that everybody kind of wants.
Yeah, right,
No,
yeah.
I definitely want like some demonstration that the people who are essentially responsible for running the government that runs the world to some extent, I want to make sure that they actually know what the fuck they're talking about, because all of these reports of dude, okay, Kristi Noem is a dipshit.
Yep.
Oh my
You remember her
god,
definition of habeas?
dude.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm
Yeah.
talking about. That fucking, I thought that was AI. I legitimately thought
You
that
mean
was
A1?
AI. I
Hold
was
on,
like,
it's
there's
A1?
no
It's
way
A1?
it can be this
No.
dumb.
Yeah, no, it's
That's what gives the president
it's-
the ability to deport people.
I'm like, you're
it's honestly depressing.
secretary.
Like it's so depressing to hear that like come out of the mouth of someone who's supposed to be in a position that has authority over anything. Like
yeah,
it's just-
she's a fucking cabinet
Like, what
secretary to the president
like,
of the United States, the most powerful country that's ever lived,
Yeah.
and she doesn't know what, like, one of the fundamental tenets of the Constitution that they're threatening to throw away because it's inconvenient to
Here's
them.
the-
They don't even know what
let
it
me-
is.
So let me throw to you an idea I had to like. So obviously, like assuming we survive the next 3.5 years, okay?
I'm getting better feelings
Um,
about it with the stupid, like, leftist infighting that the Republicans are co-opting.
Yeah. However, even if Trump gets impeached, we have JD Vance and he's worse.
Okay,
Right.
qualify that for me.
Like
Huh.
JD Vance, all right, will do all of the like bad policies that Donald Trump is doing, but he won't do the stuff that makes Donald Trump like not likable by the public. He's gonna stay quiet. He's just gonna like, I don't think he's gonna do the same sort of bombastic moves that cause all the ripples, the beefs with Elon, the like all of the crazy, stuff that we hear about all the time. I feel like he's smarter than that. He will not disrupt as much. He still might do things that are disruptive, but he'll be way more cool and like level-headed about
Do you
it.
think that if he does anything too disruptive, it would lead to his potential impeachment, or certainly not his reelection?
All right, hold
Uh,
on real quick. My phone is at 15%, okay? And it's 12:30, and I got to get up at like 8 a.m.
Go
tomorrow.
fucking vacation,
So,
my boy.
I will-
be a good custodian
right.
of
I
your
will see you
stream.
guys.
Enjoy.
Yeah, chat, I love you. Okay, thanks, chat. Make sure to like and subscribe, chat, to both me and JC. And at some point, I think Renyold will be streaming as well.
Yes.
Possibly,
tomorrow.
actually, I think I'm limited to like 3 people on the like restream team, but I can add Pots Davis
Pots,
to the
do you
restream
have?
thing as
Yeah,
well. Actually,
pop your. Is it okay if he pops his links in like chats?
Oh,
or
yeah,
if you
sure.
have
Yeah.
stuff, yeah, because you're genuinely wonderful conversation so far, and I hope that you're sticking around for a little while. Also, I'm playing
yeah,
my
no,
main
that
now,
video-
so hopefully I'm.
That 100 first 100 days count administration video. I love that video, David. That video is goated. I think that video should have 50,000
Well,
views. at
hold
least.
on a
Oh,
second,
thank you,
Nonfon. Is
thank
it still
you.
goated because he's a league player? Remember?
That it should have maybe like
It's a B
25,
plus.
maybe like
B
200
plus.
views. It's
B
good.
plus. Yes. All right. Have a good night, Nonfon.
Right, but I'll see you
I'll
guys.
talk to you later, bud.
Everyone subscribe. See you guys. Love
Yes.
you guys. Yeah.
Yeah, so Saucerama has the actual quote from, again, Cabinet Secretary Nancy, no, not Nancy Mace, Kristi Noem. Habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country.
Of course, of course.
Just to be clear, habeas corpus is the right to, like, criminal due process.
It's the right. No, it's the right to challenge your detainment. It's
Sure.
the right to challenge the fact that you got arrested.
Sure, yes, which is...
It's just that it is technically due process because basically everybody is afforded habeas corpus if you're detained.
Yes, this is like,
Yeah.
so when we're talking like, because there's a lot of debate over, well, do illegal immigrants receive due process rights in the United States? Spoilers, they do. They are
There's not
limited
real
to some
debate for that.
extent. They're not quite the same rights as like citizens enjoy, which I used to be not okay with. I'm a little more okay with the more I kind of like thought about it. But yeah, this is one universal right that is held by anybody who sets foot in the United States.
Yes.
It's fundamental
I think
enough to
there's a
our
really-
yeah. Oh, Rinald, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think there's a really big misunderstanding of what due process technically is. It's literally just that you are afforded the rights that are afforded to you, basically. That you can't be treated any different than anybody else in your circumstance. That we have equal application of our laws. So to say that somebody doesn't have due process rights, like, just doesn't make sense. If they didn't have due process rights, then there would be no rights due to them. So they would have due process rights because there would be no rights due to them. But like, illegal immigrants just aren't necessarily able to challenge their detention. They're able to challenge their designation. They're able to challenge the country that they're deported to in most cases. This is just.
So the goal, by the way, the reason that equal due process application would have been so fundamental an idea to the founding fathers, that they would have wanted it enshrined in the Constitution, is that under monarchical governments, British subjects would enjoy like a lot more leniency, especially in like the colonies, whereas the colonials would experience pretty harsh punishment depending on the crimes that they were convicted of. Now, obviously, America didn't do great past that point with the dissolution of the classes, but that was at least the kind of idea. I really like, this is a throwback. There was a State of the Union address that Joe Biden gave, where he said America has always been about like equality and like freedom and the idea that no one man is greater than another. We've never really like gotten there, but we've never let that stop us from trying. And like, I don't mean to be a big Joe Biden dick suck if anybody hates him, but I thought that was a really cool way to kind of encapsulate my thoughts on like the constant push for like ever equality and equity under the law in the U.S. Like, especially considering like gay marriage came under Obama, which was I believe Joe Biden was against the like pushing that as like an issue of the platform, and then or an issue of that presidency.
Yeah, I think he was.
And then like now, I mean, the
Didn't-
pride flag
didn't
on the
he
White
tweet-
House and
I thought there was some interview that Biden had where he said something about gay marriage, and that's what actually ended up forcing them to have to like give up on it, or like.
yeah, but I think it was
If I
negative,
remember
wasn't it?
correctly, I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember.
The only
it was
thing I
in
know
a
Joe
Soy
Biden
Pill
for
video
is
that
his
I saw this,
based
but-
racist crime. Which, by the way, don't let just anybody who's listening, don't let leftists lie to you. Okay, that bill was pretty popular at the time because violent crime was genuinely a problem. So, yes, there were like racial effects because that's how crime works in the United States, unfortunately, right now, and it's something we're always seeking to like remedy. But leftists like to pretend that this was like Joe Biden personally like Adolf Hitlering against the black people. I mean, I don't know. Anyways, Biden based.
Yeah. Yeah, Biden based.
Biden best boy.
I got away. They don't know I'm
I
here.
keep not making my escapes. Go, what's up, Reniel? Have you been doing your reading? Have you
Yeah.
where are we at?
I'm not certain, but it feels like the deployment of the National Guard was kind of fine.
Okay.
Seems like that's fine. So one thing that really fucking frustrates me, and this is just a media thing, is that I was reading this New York Post thing, and there was a quote that said cops were being given orders to stand down against the protesters, and I'm like, that's fucking crazy. If that's true, then like the National Guard is absolutely justified. And they had one of the little blue link things, and I clicked on it, and then it sent me to a different New York Post thing that had nothing to do with the claim. Why the fuck?
that's
why
so
would
annoying.
you cite yourself with
The interlinking, the interlinking of articles is so annoying when it's like, when I'm trying to like, especially when it's like something that's like you could have just linked to a much better resource, but you linked to another article about it that's like not even that much about what I was trying to
that's
look
the
for.
thing is that
It's
it wasn't even about it. Like
This
there was
isn't a
nothing.
source or
I
anything.
searched
This is just
stand
another
down.
article.
I could
Like,
go
it's so
stand
annoying.
down, and it wasn't in there. Why the fuck
Yeah.
cite that? But
I don't know. It's frustrating.
But yeah, it feels like it was fine. Now, like any step beyond the National Guard feels really crazy and really
The
unnecessary.
active duty Marines.
Yeah, that's
nuts.
fucking insane.
Wait, is that separate?
and
Is that wait
the
what?
rhetoric surrounding it is
Marines?
insane. Yeah,
They deployed active duty, or they didn't deploy. They
had them ready.
Why?
They had them ready in a tweet to the V to deploy that they were going to get active duty Marines to enforce the protest as well.
Yeah, which is insane. That was at 10 last night. They haven't been, but
Yes,
it
they have
looks
not.
like the protests aren't slowing down. So
Yeah.
they might be later. But
boy.
deployment of National Guard, even behind Newsom's back, seems okay.
What if,
from I've
Yeah, there's
seen.
nothing inherently wrong with that. Like we were talking about the last time that this happened was with like Wallace in Alabama, which is like or Georgia rather. So
But there are
No,
videos so like for example, there's this video of the highway policemen and like they're stuck under an overpass and there are protesters on top of them like throwing firecrackers and cement blocks down at them. So it's
Yeah.
like it does seem like the cops were kind of overrun. So that's fine.
Hey, Chris.
Any step beyond that's crazy, and the rhetoric justifying it is absolutely
Hello?
fucking insane.
Hey,
Yeah.
Chris, what's going on, buddy?
Chris,
We are live, just to let you know. Chris is my one of my IRL friends.
hello.
Hello, we're talking big politics.
Also, if anybody
Oh,
watching
so
in
did you
any
want
of
to
the
play
chat,
Warhammer on like Wednesday or Friday? Because Friday
Chris.
we can be up really late. Yeah.
Can I get back to you, buddy? Wait, what did you say? Hold on. No, we're not. I'm not gonna, because you and I are bad at making plans. Okay, Wednesday or Friday? What did you say about Friday? I'm so sorry, guys.
Yeah. So Friday, I don't have anything the day after, so we can go.
Why don't we
late.
do Friday
Yes,
then?
no.
Okay.
Okay, because Wednesday I work at 3 the next
All
day.
right. That works. Friday works for me.
Okay, cool. See
Okay.
ya.
See you, buddy. I'm sorry, guys. Yes, I'm a
anybody in
nerd. I
any of the
don't
chat-
care.
if anybody in any of the chats want to send me anything or talk to me about it,
I have a
You know,
I have a quick
I'm
question
very
about that.
easily
What exactly is the precedent for the president immobilizing the National Guard without the consent of the states? Like what?
The last
What if
time
it
that
were
it
out there to
happened
get
was
that from?
George Wallace in Alabama refused to basically the National Guard was mobilized against the police force of Alabama. And this
okay.
was in 1965. This was the Selma protests, I believe, specifically. Like that was the
Damn.
yeah. So the last time this happened was literally
So-
LBJ saying you're not doing your job. Your cops are like assaulting protesters.
Okay.
you know?
Is there what like I am asking what's the authority? Where does he get the authority to?
He's
do
the commander in
that? Like, is that
chief.
just an expressive? Yeah, I understand that. I'm just
Well,
saying
to
it's
take-
innate to the Constitution to have the authority. To
Yeah,
do
so
that.
ultimately,
like, it's just
all
because he has-
my
So not
understanding is, or
necessarily.
Riniel probably knows more, but my understanding is the ultimate authority of the command of all of the armed forces, like even the National Guard, isn't like hindered by any like state governance or anything. It's all the president at the end of the day.
Yes. However, is there
Don't know
not
if
a
that's
specific act that does not allow the deployment of the military against civilians?
Yeah, it's my understanding that the National Guard is like in case of times of like emergency are
Like they, yeah, I thought there was a
pretty
specific.
fairly within the dwelling of the governor. Like the only National Guard that I think is directly controlled by the president in times that are not like emergencies is DC.
Oh, are you saying like
Now,
who? Like, does he have this authority? Is that what you're? Because like he definitely does.
No, I'm not necessarily saying that he has the authority. I'm just saying that like in the Constitution, I thought there was either a law or an act of some kind that specifically prohibited the military from being deployed against citizens.
I don't.
Other than in like a
Constitution, maybe in like
Now-
one of the founding.
Now
acts of
here's the
Congress,
real
maybe,
here's the
but-
real here's the real dirty question, David, is if
Yeah.
such a law or provision exists, does that matter in a world where the president has presumptive criminal immunity over official duties, one of which would be commanding
Oh,
the armed forces?
absolutely
Yeah,
not, no.
so like we're back to the
I'm
we're
just
back to the
asking in
questions
terms of
that don't
argument
ultimately
point, okay?
matter.
I'm
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm asking in terms of like as a arguing like a point in an argument. Okay?
Right,
Like, I'm just
right.
trying to-
So the U.S. code that he cited, it's called the National Guard and Federal Service. It basically says whenever there's an invasion by a foreign nation, a rebellion, or whenever the president is unable to, with regular force, execute the laws of the United States, that he can basically deploy the National Guard to repel any hindrances. And it seems like the National Guard here is only being used to protect ICE agents. It's not even being used to like,
I see
What is
okay,
the
okay.
what is the because you've been reading into this, Reniel, what is the legitimacy of like the mass assaults on these ICE agents? Like
it seems like there definitely was a lot. I mean, almost necessarily because the point is to block the deportation.
Well,
like, how
so
are
I'm
you
talking
going
about
to
like the
block them?
conservatives saying that, like ICE agents are being like targeted like off duty and shit. I've seen some dumb shit like that on Twitter.
Oh, that I don't
Okay,
know.
okay.
I don't know.
No, like clashes between like riot geared officers and protesters are obvious. Like that's not what I that's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't know about like.
What was the
being
inciting
targeted
incident
outside.
for all of this?
An ICE raid
militarized
in LA.
ICE raid.
Yeah, an ICE raid
They
in
had-
LA.
it
About
was
44 people.
Scary looking. Anyway,
yeah.
it was like I saw videos of it. They were rolling through with fucking Humvees, and they were all in like, they were in like combat fatigues. It looked like with like full, like assault gear. Like just it was crazy.
How do we feel about the morality of self-defense in these situations from if you're saying immigrant that's being potentially detained by these ICE agents?
If they're
I don't
out
We're
of
talking about morality.
if they're out of
just
uniform,
morality.
listen,
in
like if you
uniform.
think about this in terms of if they're out of uniform, and let's say that it's a case like where it's explicitly they are here legally, and there is no like they're straight up just trying to deport them without due process, right? And the officer is no identification, does not produce a warrant, does not say that they're law enforcement, does not just straight up just tries to like snag them off the street, let's say, right? In that case, I don't know how in any world that like someone wouldn't think they're just getting kidnapped, right? Like,
yeah, the plain clothes I think is
yeah.
So the plain clothes.
There were a couple of JGG defendants that were
deportation.
detained that way, right, Reniel? Like plain clothes?
I think so. The most famous one I know is Ozturk. She was detained in in plain clothes, so much to where like the people on the street did think that she was just actually getting kidnapped.
Jesus Christ.
But it's not so much applicable to LA because I mean like what's her name? David?
David. You can just
Yeah,
call me David.
as David said, you know, like super militarized, rolling in with Humvees. You know, it's pretty clear what they're there to do. But like when it comes to like plain clothes stuff, I don't know. I mean, like if you're under the impression that you're getting kidnapped, it's kind of hard for me to say, don't fight back against that because it might be the government. That's insane.
Yeah.
But in a case like the LA riot, or like the LA deportations, it seems like you know what they're there to do. We probably don't want to set the precedent where you can like violently push back against law enforcement because that's just going to create a lawless society. That's not good. And
Well, wait a minute.
yeah,
What do you?
honestly-
Wait. I don't want to set a precedent either, but it's not exactly like the president is acting in a normal manner relative to any other
I
president
understand
before him. So I think that like
But it's
precedents
also-
aside, like is it moral or is it not? If you're like an illegal immigrant, like who's come over, who's been here, is like working to, or no, fuck it. You just, you come over, you're an asylum seeker, you're over here with your family, you're fleeing some, like, religious persecution, you've been working your ass off for the past 5 years. Are you allowed to defend yourself against these fucking militarized ICE raids? Because I know this was a concern during the last Trump presidency, and this shit is insane, and I don't like seeing it. I don't like this image for America.
I think it's
no, the
bad. I
image
agree,
alone
but I
is
don't.
awful.
I agree that it's bad, and I think the image is bad, but I don't think that you should resist. I don't think you should resist arrest. Especially since you're probably just going to get yourself killed, and realistically, most of the cases of getting like due process robbed was cases using like emergency powers, which I don't think that these kind of deportations are using emergency powers. I think it's just ICE raids.
So you believe that these deportations will be handled in good faith, so to speak, and that they'll receive the due process they're allotted.
Maybe not in good faith, but it'll like if you're deported under the INA, it's probably going to be legally.
Okay.
Oh, that's my impression.
Yeah, it's really tough. Like, it's just bad news bears all around. Like, I just, it's pretty rough.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, I absolutely agree with like the motivations of protesting the ICE raids. I think they're
Saucerama,
like, super immorally.
just to be clear, no, not everyone has the Second Amendment right to self-defense. Or not everyone has Second Amendment rights. I would argue that everyone has a moral right to self-defense when you feel like you're being violently aggressed upon. But as for Second Amendment rights, sorry, but Europeans don't get to own guns because we have awesome laws here in the United States. That's their fault, not mine.
I think what they're referencing is the language of the Second Amendment specifically says all people. So I'm assuming like all people under jurisdiction is what they're getting at.
I don't have the exact word. Is it one that says all people, even when it the right to bear arms shall not be infringed in that clause as well, or does it separate to like citizenry at some point? Because I don't have it in front of me. I could be wrong. I guess. Not. I guess I could be wrong.
In order to maintain a well-regulated militia, the right to bear, or the people, I was trying to do it off the top of my head. I don't remember. I know it's people. I know it's people.
A well-regulated militia being necessary for the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Okay.
Yes.
Actually, then yeah, I would say that does kind of seem to indicate
Yeah,
like
I think it would apply
universal.
to...
Yeah, it does. But I mean, in the United States now, we don't extend gun ownership rights to. Actually, that's kind of weird, isn't it? I think that's mostly because Republicans are afraid. Republicans are afraid of what would happen if they try to pull this ICE bullshit with illegal immigrants packing.
Yeah.
By the way, I just to be clear, I'm totally fine with certain specific rights and privileges only being enjoyed by American citizenry and then like I think like broader things should like extend, but I think like basically everybody's kind of thinks that, yeah. I guess not.
Yeah.
Patrol.
I
What
don't
do
know,
you
I'd
like
have
about
to
JD Vance? Put that in the
look
chat.
more in. I would have to look more into like the factual basis behind why we do that, because just purely off rip, I would say that I probably would support just affording all rights in the Constitution to all people that live within the United States.
I think it would be more true to like the this is one of those things where I think it might be more true to the original intention, but I don't know that like I'm not like a hardcore originalist. Like I do kind of defer to like a more originalist reading of the Constitution, but I'm not gonna like say that like everything the Founding Fathers did was like 100% perfect and they got everything right. I think that even if that was like kind of the idealistic view, that maybe it's not like pragmatic.
I think a lot of people, when they read the Constitution, they view the Founding Fathers as geniuses, but who can't communicate a fucking thing ever. Where it's like, it does afford this right to the people, but they didn't actually mean that, and they meant this other super philosophical thing. It's like, why the fuck wouldn't they just say that? Like, if it says the people and they specifically delineate people and citizens,
Well, right.
then why would it not apply to the
Sure,
people?
sure.
That's like a super
And that's
clear-
why, I mean, I told you my like Second Amendment reading is like my Second Amendment reading is that it states malicious anyways. But even if that were not the case, I think people should own nukes. And that's not a meme. But yeah, no, I don't hold to it as like some sort of like some kind of like biblical inerrancy with any of that. But I also don't think that like because of that, I don't think we have to like hold to like the original interpretation if it like if it's obvious that like holding to it would be detrimental. I don't have any sort of like a fanatical devotion to the way it's written right now.
That's a hard question for me, because I mean, like,
Part of the
I feel like once we stop adhering to like the pretty direct word of the Constitution, it feels really easy to just stop doing that. Just like
well,
completely stop
I
doing
think
that.
the part of the beauty of the Constitution is that it is a living document that is designed to change and evolve, and that was the intention. That was Alexander Hamilton knew that was going to happen, and he writes about it in the Federalist Papers that it's going to have to be adapted. That's why they
Because you
put in the
cannot-
process for
yeah,
amendments.
You're right, but the problem is that without an amendment, having the interpretation of the law adapt without actually changing the letter of the law feels like it opens a lot of unsavory doors to like weird interpretations that doesn't actually adhere to the text, and then we can get around actually amending or not amending bad amendments.
Yes, I think that also the system is designed in mind that everyone who's participating is doing so in good faith. I think that a lot of like the so-called like institutional guardrails, right? A lot of that is just, well, we don't expect that somebody will come in and use this mechanism maliciously, because if you're coming here, you're like working for government, you're like you have like some sort of like love for America and want to like benefit people. But like if you have someone like Donald Trump, who's very like personally and selfishly motivated, who comes in and just starts breaking shit, and he's doing it via mechanisms that are present in the Constitution, like, I mean, then yeah, that is a valid criticism of the system itself, then. Is that it's designed to, like, sorry, now that I'm done with the League game, so it's designed with the idea that everybody's, like, playing by the rules, like, and wanting to, like, win towards the same goal, but if you have a different goal you're trying to win towards, the game rules will function to effectuate that win condition.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Basically, think about it in terms of chess, okay? If you and a person sit down to play chess and you're both playing by the rules, you can have a really fun game of chess. But the moment one person in that chess game decides, actually, I'm just going to move the pieces however I want, no matter how good of a game chess is, and no matter how good the player across the table is at chess, they're going to lose, because they're not playing by the rules.
But that's the
It
problem,
just
right?
doesn't
Is they're
matter.
not always just moving the pieces how they want. It's most of the time they're moving the pieces by the rules. The problem is the ways that they're moving the pieces are ways we didn't really think anybody would move the pieces, which is why we didn't put in the guardrails and protections for that, because why would you be using it in this way anyways, right? Like,
Speaking of guardrails and protections, I actually have an idea that for an amendment.
okay,
Hear me
hit
out.
with it.
Let's say in the future, right? If a president is ever to defy the Supreme Court's ruling on something, I think it should instantly trigger an impeachment hearing in the Senate.
True.
I think it should just instantly trigger an impeachment and go straight to the Senate. And then the Senate has to hear from the DOJ arguing against the Supreme Court why they should not, or like, whatever, avoid the Supreme Court ruling. And then they can, be like, all right, yeah, fuck it, this guy's out. Like, he's obviously just ignoring the Constitution.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with that.
I'm trying to like run through any like negative, like, because of the, like I was saying, because of the Trump administration, the precedents that they've sent. Now I have to like go through, okay, so what happens if you have a malicious actor? Like, would they like trigger it intentionally, like put forth like a bogus Supreme Court decision? Like, because I mean, as much as we'd probably like to believe the Supreme Court isn't partisan, they are like putting forth like okay. I feel like that would be okay. I agree that I agree there has to be something, because there, yes, obviously, like,
Yeah.
we've had this constitutional
I think it would
crisis.
be hard to get around that because it involves all three branches of government. All three would have to be in cahoots, like fully in cahoots, to get around that like check.
No, but like,
Because like the Senate,
And
the
if that's
Supreme
the case,
Court,
then the country's fucked anyway.
so is the country
exactly,
fucked
that's kinda my point,
anyways?
is that, I mean, we're about to.
I
find
know,
out.
that's what I'm
I
saying.
mean,
Is like we're kind of at that situation. So like okay, to be clear, the Supreme Court for the most part actually has maintained some semblance of legitimacy outside of the few like disastrous decisions like the Trump immunity decision.
the immunity case.
The immunity case is like I can't even begin to like describe my fury. I don't.
Yeah.
The fact that
it's-
people just
yeah.
let it go. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just basically gonna say the same thing. The fact that people just like pretend like it's not as big of a deal as it is, and just like completely have forgotten about it. And
I think it was.
And January 6th. Oh my God, why? Is
Oh,
that just
hold on,
like,
hold on,
why?
David, hold
Yes,
on. That's
tell
all
me
you
about
have.
it.
We're still gonna be talking about it. It's all you have.
Oh, I know. That was so frustrating. Holy shit! I'm like, bro, what do you mean? That's all we have? Like, oh.
With the immunity thing, Sotomayor, I'm pretty sure. Excuse me, Justice Sotomayor literally asked, like, could the president not just do the same thing and then be immune under this decision? They were like, yep.
Yeah. And like.
It's
The whole
so
they
insane.
asked about the political assassination in the debate, or in the like.
Yeah, could you
arguments.
assassinate a rival? That was also was that also Justice Sotomayor? God,
That was dodged.
her
Yeah, that question was just dodged.
her
He just
dissent
didn't
was so
answer it.
base. She is such a snarky motherfucker. I know
I know.
everybody hates her because she's
Okay.
got like health condition
I
or
hate-
whatever, but like, oh my
No, no, no,
god,
no,
she's
no.
my queen. Her and Amy Coney Barrett.
Sotomayor?
I knew I liked that
Yeah.
woman.
True.
Dude, I think the truth behind like all of America's problems, okay? I think like if there was one thing that would fix like half of everything that's wrong right now, it would be better education. Okay, the education system needs fixed. Like, people are just in America all across the board in every domain are just not educated enough.
Saucerama,
And that's a massive problem.
Saucerama, there shouldn't be immunity for any of these public officials. If you're a real American, you shouldn't want any of your elected officials to enjoy any sort of criminal immunity that you as a citizen don't also enjoy. This got algorithm shipped to me, and I kind of want to watch the entire movie. It's called With Honors or something, but it's Joe Pesci and Brendan Fraser, and I think the idea is like they do like Harvard open enrollment, but it's this scene where Joe Pesci is a homeless guy and he's like talking down to this like law professor, and he says the reason that George Washington is like great or whatever is because he's just a person, he's a bum, just like me, he's a bum, and the way he like talks about like that's the that is the important part, is the president could be like any American, it's just a citizen elected to represent everybody. That's part of the beauty of the system, but that also entails they have to be held to the same like standards as any citizen.
Yeah.
And if you have a president who has presumptive criminal immunity for anything they do that could kind of be construed as an official act, obviously they're not going to adhere to the same standards as a citizen, because why would the fuck would they have to? I mean, you already have Trump, like, accepting massive bribes and shit out in the open, the $400 million plane from Qatar, because why the fuck would he hide it? He doesn't have to.
Yeah, there's no incentive. There's no reason to.
Ringold hates my virtue signaling.
Yeah.
Makes me feel better, okay?
Needs to be. It does. Yeah, it does. It's sometimes it's therapeutic to scream into the void. Okay.
What are we? You guys
sometime-
are falling into the authoritarian trap. What's the authoritarian trap? These are the reasons we want weak federal government and states should be ascendant. I mean,
okay. I think the argument for a weak federal government died when we got the internet. Okay, especially like super hardcore.
You can't. Yeah, that's actually a really good point.
Like it's like with how connected we've become, there is no I cannot conceive of any turning back where somehow like Nebraska needs to be governed differently than New Jersey. I just cannot imagine a scenario where that's the case. And there are like, I don't think it necessarily in terms of like obviously there are like federalism should exist and there are areas where our government needs to split, but I'm talking about like, you know, big picture sort of this like debate between state and federal government. Obviously, I think there needs to be local like representation because there are things that need to be handled locally. They have the best handle on like what their citizens need. They can respond to it faster, et cetera, et cetera. But what I mean in general is like for big things like education, you know, a lot of these sort of large structures that people back then were super afraid of because of this sort of you know, a potential for abuse and not being able to address the concerns effectively. I just think a lot of that died with just technology and like social progression and like how unified we did become as a country. It was much, much, much different back then.
Do you believe in the kind of political philosophy behind having the states serve as like incubation labs for individual policies and testing grounds? Because I think that principally do I believe that to be a good thing. I think that it's borne out to be beneficial over time. I mean, obviously, like we have the negatives as well. So like slavery being legal in some states for far too fucking long. We have abortion effectively illegal currently in some states, but then we also have landmark sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities are something that I'm okay with. I like sanctuary cities as a policy. I think it's probably because at the end of the day, I swear to God, okay. Any Republicans in chat? I hope you're listening to this, okay? And I want you to be scared, okay? Because what you're doing with how hardcore you're going against immigrants, you're edging me closer and closer to being the open border Democrat that you guys are so fucking afraid of, okay? I'm going to let them all in. I'm going to let them take all of your ag jobs, and they're going to make me cheap corn, okay?
And we're going to force you to learn.
We are going to.
You won't even have a choice.
Yeah, that's right, trucker. You're going to sit your ass down in front of the HP laptop, or you're going to do jack shit. Okay. So, but no, like at the end of the day, like if I have to be honest, I'm not super. If you can take this in good faith, I'm not super concerned with like citizenship status as it's currently envisioned being like super enshrined and like impermeable. Like I would always prefer that the benefits and glory of America can be shared with as many people as like possible without overwhelming our current like population and our current economy. I don't think we're even close to that. I think immigration is going to be good, and I don't even mind some illegal immigration if it means that things stay cheap. But that's not really a position that I'm super clinging to, because at the same time I do value rule of law. I guess not as much as Ringold, I guess. I'm too American, I guess.
True. I think rule of law is basically like that is what America is, right? Like
true.
That's what makes it special, is that we are a land of laws. Like that is kind of what makes it different than at least when it was first established. That's what made it so revolutionary, was that we were like, okay, we're not going to be bound by some sort of like systemic structure or like inheritance or, you know, power or like any sort of weird. It's going to be a document that we like collectively like sort of agree to, and then that document is going to be like the written sort of thing that we all adhere to. It's not going to be any person or any man or any like dynasty or family. It's going to be this law, this document of stitched together ideas, and
But
that's what we need to follow.
core to that doc. I don't know why we're not queuing. Is it because I picked Jinx? Hold on.
Oh no, sorry. It was I just
Oh.
forgot to
Okay. No, I'm sorry. I thought it was me. Yes, everything you just said I agree with. Everything you just said is true. However, core to that document is the idea that the people have a duty and responsibility to cast off that government if it becomes oppressive and tyrannical and replace it with a new and better one. So with that in mind, I think it's important that, yes, broadly we adhere to the rule of law. I don't encourage violent protests. I condemn property destruction. I condemn violent protests. I don't like any of that. I especially don't like what they can lead to, as we're seeing right now. But at the same time, I will...
To be a devil's advocate for a second, let me ask you this. Do you really think that holds any weight when that potentially would just happen anyway, right? Like, why do you think that was written into the Constitution? Do you think it was because they actually, I just...
So that people... I genuinely think it's so people don't forget. I really do.
Okay, I gotta go, guys.
Good night, Renyol. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
No, I think it's so that people didn't forget. I think that the Revolutionary War and the aftermath, I mean, keep in mind how, like, monumental and history making the idea of America as a nation and its foundation was, right? I'm not trying to, like, I am a big simp for America. I will just fully front that.
Yeah.
But even that aside, like, it's fucking crazy. Like, it was wholly unique. Like, just the concept of, like you were referring to, not being bound to like a monarch or a religious creed, but like a document that like smart people from the time put together. But with that all in mind, like, again, fuck, I'm so sorry. The game started. What was your original question? You're playing devil's advocate.
My question was basically just that, that like, I think that sort of like thing is that like the promise to the statement to the people to rise up against the government is purely like sort of just
you think it's just like flowery language?
It's not like a it's not like, it's like you said, it's a reminder. It's not actually what like the document is supposed to be like more in service to. It's just that like, hey, just so you guys know, if this you know, these laws, these rules ever get too oppressive, like, you guys can just rise up and overthrow it.
I think we've got to misunderstand, or this is my fault. I think I have miscommunicated my like how I weigh like rule of law versus like I guess you would call it like, I don't know, ultimate morality or something, like when you would just like employ morality over legality. I don't know what the term for that would be, like where you would just discard the law or whatever. But like, I'm very much a law and order liberal. I just also, I personally, when I'm considering things like these riots, like the BLM protests, like even January 6th, I am trying to balance all of this with, well, at what point would me saying, well, let's not get violent, guys, let's not get too rowdy, at what point would I be inhibiting the liberty and freedom of my fellow American and going against the Constitution that I claim to love? That's all I was trying to say, is like I want to try to maintain that balance. Not that I think the Constitution itself like demands more adherence to like breaking the law. No, I don't think I do not think that. Also, that Alistair, if he's doing the AP build, he's just gonna like cruise in and one-shot people. So
yeah, I had a feeling that was gonna happen. I messed up my ultimate. I feel sad. I didn't have my Hail of Blades ready.
I'm very bad at this game. I don't know if you picked up on that. I mostly just I play it as like a social thing with friends. my
That's how it should be played. Anyone who plays it differently is cringe and bad.
You already hopped to your degenerate leaguing. my real like poison of choice is actually Warhammer 40K, as our earlier caller inner alluded to.
Oh, I'm dead.
Like, and I'm talking like competitive Warhammer too, like the gross.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a friend who's constantly trying to get me into Warhammer. I play Magic the Gathering.
Okay, so I play 2 formats. I played every format. I lost the bulk of my collection in the apartment fire a couple of years ago, so I never really rebuilt. I rebuilt into like Warhammer. I kind of transitioned into that, but I currently play like the Gitrog and CEDH. So definitely big.
Ooh,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, definitely.
You're a CEDH guy?
I am.
Okay.
Actually, wait. Hold on. This is gonna be some epic lore on the Big JC. Thank you for for provoking this. So this is not my first foray into content creation. This channel, even
Ooh.
Lefty Jesus, if anybody remembers that from like when I had the hair. My first foray into content creation was a competitive commander podcast for Magic the Gathering called Strange Brews.
Oh, snap, okay.
Where we would discuss, it was myself and someone that I had been connected with through a mutual friend who had also expressed an interest in podcasting. Sean, shout out to Sean. I don't know if you watch my streams, Sean, but Sean does DM me every once in a while about big political stuff, and he's super based. Love you, Sean. But yeah, it's a competitive commander podcast, and actually, I got really irritated the other day because I was brushing up on my Gitrog, like primers and stuff. So I thought I'd check out my old channel, and it is performing, or it has performed like miles and away better than my current channel.
Oh my.
Which makes me, I think my first deck tech
happens.
has about 1,000 views on it, and I think my best performing video on here is like
My first
maybe 500.
foray into content creation was a League channel, and that
Ooh.
performed horrible.
Yeah. That was a long time ago, that podcast, and that was before I was really into politics, but
Yeah.
that was some good times.
Imagine a world where
we.
we didn't have to get involved like this, you know? Imagine if we didn't.
I have the controversial take that I love that everyone is as political as they are. Yeah, because I think that everybody should have been to begin with, and I think it's obnoxious how many people in my personal life will bullshit me still with a, well, I don't do politics line. And they're like gross, like they're gross MAGA people, and I'm like, okay, you don't get to not do politics when that's your politics, okay? You're incredibly unpopular. Defend your bullshit. Like, you're gonna vote for the dude.
Yeah, no, I'm making a video right now. My next video. Spoiler alert.
Ooh, sneak peek.
The title is going to be "Stupid People Are Dumb and That's Okay," and basically it's going to be a kind of covering that topic of just like how. Politics is different. Like, people love to hide behind the idea that like, oh, it's just an opinion, everyone's entitled to their opinion.
Yes.
But like, politics is just substantively different. It's not like other opinions. Like, it's not the same. And because politics actively affects other people. Like, it would be like, imagine if your favorite basketball team would like determine whether or not you got health care. Suddenly your basketball team would be super important, and what basketball team you had would be like indicative of your character and like whether or not you're a good person.
So, out of curiosity, do you extend that same classification of you don't get to just have an opinion? Do you extend that to things like religion? Or do you extend that to religion?
No, because there's no I would extend it to religion, yes. But only insofar as the effect that religion has on like well-being, and it's really a net like hard to sort of just like determine what that is, right? Like with politics, it's a pretty direct like one-to-one. You can kind of see exactly what's happening, like it's all written down in policy, and like it like you can track the effects it has. Whereas like religion is a very open, nebulous debate about what effects that has on society and whether or not it's net positive, net negative. Like, that's just extremely difficult.
I mean, I guess if you're
But I
classifying
would say
politics
that-
as just like the actual practice of politics, but if we're including things like the online shit, I mean, we've seen like online punditry inspire like terror attacks and stochastic terrorism and shit. So, I mean, it's not.
Yeah.
I guess like this gets back to where we were going with the insect like where you draw the line on like, well, how short is too short of a life to justify the suffering. It's all going to be like relative to some extent.
Yeah.
Not in the I'm not doing the Bosch arbitrary, just to be clear. I'm not using that as like an escape. I'm just like, I don't know that god damn, okay, I really do suck at this game. I am really
Oh, you're
bad.
fine. Well, here's the thing. It's not arbitrary, right? Like, that's the thing, is like, whether or not, like, no matter what you value, right? Because of the nature of politics is basically like at its core, it's power, right? Like, politics is the like power over other people. That's what you're basically trying to affect.
Yeah.
And so, because that's like the actual like core purpose of politics is to affect other people's life and like create, you know, like structure around how people should behave, then your opinion on it is like inherently connected to like something you have to contend with.
But
right?
then
like,
couldn't I extend that same reasoning to religion then? Like, and then like wouldn't like is religious morality not
only
like
if the religion actually like argues for that?
Don't all religions
because some religions don't
have
like
moral
preach
prescriptions?
to like interfere with other people, or they have moral prescriptions, but they don't preach you to like do it to other people, right?
Well,
like they don't preach you to.
I
not all of
understand.
them force you to sort
I've
of
never
impose
like,
it on
with
others.
all due respect, I've never given that argument much credence, because if the if the moral prescriptions are coming from like a divine being, the implication is you are supposed to follow them, that they are unquestionable and objective.
But
so,
like you said, it's an implication, whereas in reality, like the government has a police.
The implication is where the gray area exists, where you have some Muslims who are totally chill, like Western Muslims who are totally chill, and then other Muslims who think that like the prescription of Allah is to like literally kill the infidel. So, and that's where I'm saying like, well, it's all like kind of. I would hold the same level of. I don't think you should. I'm pretty Hitchens. I don't think that you should just hold an opinion on religion. I think you should have to defend the. You should have to defend and address the good and bad actors of your religion. I don't like the ability of, like, say, the Catholic Church to just skirt out from under their like decades-long abuse of young children just by shuffling. Like they shouldn't. That Catholic Church shouldn't exist as an organization anymore, in my opinion. After all of that, so like, and the fact that they get to without any sort of intervention because it's religion and it's separate from politics and it's been engineered as such in the Western world, even though like nobody else in the world treats it that way.
I'm very anti-theist, and sort of like if I am in a debate with somebody where that's a question at all, I will push on them as hard as I possibly can.
Okay, yeah, and I wasn't trying to like come down on you for that or anything like that. I'm just because you were saying,
but in the same way that like,
oh, we were missing a teammate that whole time.
We're missing 2 teammates. There were only 3 people on our team. Oh no, 3 other people. That's right. It doesn't show yourself. I'm stupid. Yeah,
I left. Sorry, that was an accident.
That's all good. I left too. But I see what you're saying, but I think that religion is different, as in like it doesn't have the same systemic control over the like belief system that like government does, right?
I
like,
don't play ranked yet.
Oh, yet? What do you mean? You're not level 30?
No, I'm level 52. I'm avoiding ranked.
It's easy. I'm only in gold right now. I only have like 10 games played.
No,
it's
you don't
so
understand.
Easy.
I'm really bad at video games, okay?
Okay, we'll stick to we'll do ARAM. Want to do some
We can do like norms or something, unless you actually don't want to, or we can do ARAM. It's fine. It's just like ranked.
Norms requires too much mental
LDS
focus.
just settled for 1.5 bill for past abuse of children. That's correct. Wait, did you say norms requires too much mental focus, but ranked somehow doesn't?
Oh well, yeah, correct. Ranked doesn't, because ranked is like skill matched. So in ranked, I won't have to try as hard because everyone will be like skill matched. Whereas in norms, there could be a huge skill disparity, and then I'll have to try really hard to actually win the game.
I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick, and then we can.
I will as well.
All
I'll be right back.
I'll be right back, everybody. Uncle Fatty, LDS just settled for 1.5 billion for past abuse of children. Yeah, I know that. So both the Mormon Church and the Jehovah's Witnesses. It's not just the Catholic Church, to be very clear. There are numerous large religious organizations that have histories of like rampant and disgusting and perverse like child abuse. Yeah, no. Then it is that initial concern that drove me away from the church, was trying to like square that with the idea of a loving God allowing that to happen. But anyways, I will be right back, and we're gonna get some I think some ARAM going.
Oh boy, I'm back.
Hello.
What's up?
Are you spreading misinformation?
Yeah,
Good.
duh. That's my primary goal in life,
Awesome.
actually.
That's so when I guess this is technically leaking DMs. So Isaac, you can
Oh, boy.
actually, I'm sad that Isaac didn't stick around because he and I were supposed to talk about our IRL stream that we got coming up. But
Oh boy.
Isaac, you can beat me up then if you want. But he was saying that we should have a Reynold, him and I were the ones that Nonfon put on the team. So he was saying we should have a misinformation off, and try and get Nonfon's stream like killed for misinformation. No,
That's funny.
we will not be doing that. But
No. Yeah, absolutely not. I wouldn't even do it out of like fear of getting non-fun canceled. I would do it out of fear of just the spreading misinformation.
Yeah, that
part.
too. Yeah, that's generally not the best. Yeah. So I'm gonna pull up that panel because I wanna see your face. I need to.
Just look at my channel. I have a lot.
Perfect.
I use my
Okay.
face a lot in my videos.
Perfect.
Some of the thumbnails will have. Actually, my thumbnail for the debate is just a picture of me in front of all of your guys' fun reactions that I snipped
Ooh.
from the debate.
Yeah. Okay. Oh my God, you didn't get to talk nearly enough. I am so sorry for that. I tried to stick up for you.
No, it's fine.
I try to get people to shut up.
No, it's fine. I was aware. I just didn't want to like. The problem is that there was like not a lot of. I was super prepared for the violence part of the debate, and then it got so off track so fast.
Yeah.
I was just like, I was like, oh God, I was like, we're so
Well,
lost.
so I was ready to like I said, I thought it was weird that Lactoid and Gibbs were there. I figured they were just there to provide like, hey, here's how conservatives feel about you guys and this shit. I didn't realize that they would just not own up to any of their violence. And I said from the get-go I was gonna like, if we're gonna have that conversation, I'm gonna make them like own that shit like up front. Otherwise, we're not having that conversation because they don't get to participate in that. And that's why for me it never could move on from there, because until like until you're willing to like actually. By the way, the one thing, I have no party allegiance to the Democrats, outside of them like currently effectuating my beliefs better than the Republicans. The one thing they will always fucking do better than the Republicans, it seems, every single time, is call out their own shit. No.
To a fault, most of the time.
I was going to say, you can argue that it's politically detrimental, and I would say that it is. But to me, the principle is still something worth valuing. Haha, haha. I haven't played Nautilus in a long
what is
time,
it?
so bear with me.
Famous quote, Founding Father. I'm currently reading through all the Federalist Papers. I'm trying to do I'm doing a project
just
where
did
I'm trying to
that.
rewrite all of them.
I just did that a few months. I just finished
in
a
like
few months ago.
modern terms. But yeah, from famous quote from the first Federalist paper, basically says like that the bad people, you know, the people who are not arguing in good faith, have elevated the concept of
I know which part.
What is it? They said something above the concept of principle. So basically, like saying that like they've lost their principles, which is why they're like a bad,
they're lost in the sauce. Yeah, I was gonna say I know exactly which part you're talking about.
And
did you like the part in the first Federalist paper where Hamilton is like just like literally like describing like modern populism and how we have to be careful?
Yep.
Yeah. That part, when I was reading through the first time, I was like, holy fuck. Did you like how
reading through the Federalist Papers is so like just. Like, why the hell did we meme on history when we were in middle school?
Right?
Like, this shit's
so
important.
cool.
It's so fun, fascinating. I wish I was old enough to appreciate it more when I like actually was learning about it. Because, good God, it's like, it's so eye-opening in terms of just understanding how things happen and like what it all means.
God, I am like unkillable.
Who are you playing? Oh,
Nautilus,
you're Nautilus?
yeah. But no, for real. Now here's the other one that I liked, because you said have you read all of them, or are you working on it?
I've read through all of them before, but now I'm working on like rewriting them.
Right. Okay.
for,
Okay.
Like, with, yeah.
Do you have any comments on the quote vigorous and unburdened executive branch and the founding fathers' desire for that? Maybe on like the text directly following that fucking sentence.
Oh God. Hold on. Let me.
It's like, so the I don't remember if it's the exact
Remind
sentence,
myself.
but this is what I call Bible snipping, which is where Christians will or atheists will selectively filter like Bible verses to like the exact part that makes whatever their argument they're making look good. Yeah.
Without getting the full context.
Right. So the conservatives will use this reference as the desire for. It's not even desire. I'm pretty sure it just says a vigorous and unburdened executive branch. They put that in quotes and then act like that's justification for unitary executive theory from an originalist perspective.
Oh no! Yeah, the founding fathers are so much more. Now I'm gonna get a lot of hate for saying this, but the founding fathers are so much more quote unquote left leaning than I anticipated.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it just seems like the more I'm like digging into it, the more I'm like.
So qualify because I understand what you're saying, but like qualify. Oh, I think I do. I might. What do you mean by left leaning? Let me make sure.
Left leaning in terms of like I feel like at least modern, because old conservatism didn't necessarily fall victim to this, but at least today, it's like, you know, it really does feel like Democrats are the party of liberalism and the conservatives are the party of anti-liberalism or illiberalism.
Yes. Okay. So
Like,
you did.
just-
Yeah. That's just because we're so far off the fucking like narrative. Yeah.
Yeah. But there are some definitely like good, like for a lot of them, I can see where they were coming from for like the conservative arguments for certain things. But I just happen to, through my reading and understanding of it, agree with the like left interpretation of a lot of these things. In terms of like, I don't know, like the Federalist number 29, which is the one about Let me just read the title because you'll know what I'm talking about as soon as I say it.
I'm trying to. It's over.
The concerning the militia, basically the argument for the Second Amendment
Okay.
and the militia.
Yeah.
Like I definitely it's almost, I'm almost sure that they were just, it's purely about maintaining a militia for the state. It has nothing to do with individual ownership of guns at all.
This is why I say that my
all about the
my reading is the most originalist one.
Yeah, like I just don't because a lot of these, when you reread them, it just puts into context so much. It just kind of like all the arguments instantly become like, oh, you can just tell that's a bad one, and like, oh, that actually has some
it's important to keep in mind what the Federalist Papers are, right? Like they're not yes, because they're not like and for anybody in the audience too, like they're not like, these are not laws, they're not part of the Constitution. They're a series of essays that were published basically to argue for the Constitution's validity as a system. Yeah.
They're to try to persuade the people who are going to, that are in charge of creating the new Constitution or coming up with a new sort of system of government for the United States. They were trying to argue with the people in New York specifically to try to get them to be more in favor of a strong federal government. And this entire series of essays were all about how a strong federal government was the best way to achieve all of the things they wanted to achieve.
And with that being said, the only reason I bring that up in response to you talking about the Second Amendment's interpretation there is that is that just because it's written as such in a Federalist paper doesn't mean that was the intended final interpretation.
Yes.
But also, it is true, and so you will also, I can meme on this as well. Have you seen Hamilton?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Hamilton.
So
I went to school for music for the first 2 years.
Okay, I was also a music
I'm
major,
a huge musical theater.
Yep.
Dude, okay, hold on. Destiny was a music major.
I don't want to talk about it, okay? I was a music major that dropped out too, okay? You know, I don't want to talk about it.
Why are all these people?
You know what else? I grew up in a household with very conservative parents who made me listen to Rush Limbaugh and Mark Levin, okay? I don't want to talk about it, okay? I don't have a kid. I got married young, but I don't have a kid.
And then also, what is it? It wasn't Ludwig also a fucking theater kid? I'm pretty sure.
Man,
why is every streamer a theater kid?
As long as the comparisons between me and Destiny can just cease and desist, because Gibbs already uses that against me enough. I don't need any more of these weird little Kennedy Lincoln connections being pointed out.
Okay.
But no, fuck. So now, or after reading the Federalist Papers, I know after the Federalist Papers, when they're singing about Alexander Hamilton, why do you write like you're running out of time? Oh my God. If I thought I love the sound of my own voice, I had a thorough readjusting of that perspective after. I mean, you read the.
Okay, here's my take on it.
Yeah, go for it.
You want my take on his obsession with himself, right? I think. Hear me out. I don't think America would have been nearly as successful if the founding fathers didn't see themselves as being the most important writers of their time.
Oh.
And being
if they hadn't self-aggrandized super hard, but Ben Franklin egoed themselves. Yeah.
The only way they were able to push for such a revolutionary government was because all of them thought holy shit, this is our chance. We have to take our time. We have to make sure that this is the best we can come up with, because we don't want to just fail and then have in 10 years we revolt and then another revolt happens and then 10 years later another, we don't want to just fucking be this constant cycle of grow rise and fall and rise and fall. It's no, we want to build a country that will maintain itself throughout time. We want this to be a super strong functional country,
right?
And I think that was core to the success of their of that project, was the fact that they really did think that this was extremely important and they had to get it right, and this is the most important time in history, and I don't know. I think that kind of mentality is necessary, even though it is objectively super narcissistic at times and really annoying.
Well, and this is my This is where I'll indulge in a political narcissism because I think that to some extent, like some degree of nationalism is probably necessary to like maintain like a central narrative in your country and kind of keep everybody on one track. I'm not saying like you have to be like, Sikh Heiling or anything, but like American pride and American patriotism
it's
and
not
stuff.
even necessarily national, just a cohesive culture for your country. Like you just need some sort of collective direction that you want your country to be moving towards. That's different from other, like, you know what I mean?
Well, I would extend it to, I would want, like, people should believe in the country itself as, like, a valid political project and, like, something that they personally support. Like, I feel like most Americans, if you talk to them, will say, what do you like about America? Say, well, I like that it's free. I like that if I work hard, whether or not any of this stuff is valid and, like, born out of facts, but, like, I like that I can work hard and, like, make something of myself. I like that when they're talking about, like, the American dream, it's all very bound up in, like, the idea of the country from its founding to this point, like the founding fathers building this bedrock, and I feel like having that tied to the country itself is actually kind of important, and that's part of that is why I was so, like, pro-Israel for a while, but I don't know, they're getting a little, they're doing a few little memes and dreams.
Crazy.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of like anything that they've been up to, basically since the Gaza attacks. But that being said, back to me bitching about how much Alexander Hamilton writes.
Yep.
Like it's just, it wouldn't be as bad if he had just written all the Federalist Papers, because then you go like, oh, that's just like what they are, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's like John Jay like taking like 2 pages and he's like in and out. Then Hamilton writes a response to the paper that John Jay wrote, and it's like 6 times as long.
Yeah.
Which to be fair, dude loved his
it.
country. But I'm on Team Jefferson, so I have to hate Alexander Hamilton.
Okay, fair enough.
Apex Eater for $2 USD, Nonfon $2 for the vacation fund. Pluralism is a national identity. E pluribus unum. Yeah, but it's like, that's like American national identity. I'm not saying like, I don't think that like ethnicity has anything to do with national identity, unless somebody's trying to make that argument in chat. That's not what I'm saying at all. I don't think that I'm not like a alt-writer or anything like that. I don't think that we have to like preserve some kind of like racial or ethnic character to America to keep it America. It's more the idea behind what makes an American an American. In fact, that's one of the most beautiful things about America, is that anybody can be an American, because it is
I agree.
indiscriminate with regards to like race, ethnicity, or creed.
Yes. That's why I said at the end of my massively long video that
Nonfon's at
Nonfon
4
mentioned
hours?
earlier. Yeah, it's 4 hours.
Motherfucker, what?
But I did just made a clipped down version of it though recently. It's only 1 hour and 45 minutes, and it's just the most important parts.
Okay, I haven't seen the original video or the clipped down version. Without seeing either, that's genuinely impressive. Clipping down a 4-hour video to 1 hour and a half, or 1 hour and 45.
I had to do all of the YouTube edit thing too.
That's fucking insane. That's like, look at this Mona Lisa I painted in Microsoft Paint with my toe. That's what you just said to me. No, okay, because like I was trying to like explain this to my wife the other day. I was like, being a content creator, it was my father actually. My parents are moving, so I was helping them move. I'm like, being a content creator has like given me such an appreciation for when somebody says I put out a half-hour video every day. Because I was watching Brad Palumbo on Destiny on C-SPAN, and he says that. I'm like, that sounds like nothing to like a lot of people. That's an insane amount of work daily.
It is. Yeah.
Like a half-hour video a day, especially you have to like script it, you have to like get everything set up, you have to edit it. Like, holy shit.
It was work.
That's why I have such a bad uploads to my YouTube channel. That's why most of my debates are first seen through the Nonfon perspective.
Yeah.
Because he is much better about his uploads than me. But I've cut you off. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. But in my video, I basically make the my ending statement, like my closing thing that I talk about is basically how like being American, like the whole reason or like the sort of like creed of being American was never meant to actually be a nationality. There wasn't supposed to be like an American nationality. It was supposed to be
Manifest destiny.
that
It's
like
supposed to spread
everyone,
across the world.
yeah, it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be that everyone who came to America was like granted these laws, and everyone who was quote American like took an oath to the Constitution to basically say like, hey, I want to participate in this form of government. Like this is my, you know, like this is what I believe in. Like that's what being American.
Yeah, and then
is.
Iraq
Like, I'm gonna
happened, and
defend
everybody
this
had to pussy the
Constitution.
fuck out. So, guess we
Yeah.
can't be cool anymore because we fucked up one time.
Guess we
And
can't.
everybody's got PTSD forever. No more American blessedness anywhere else. Sorry.
Yeah. And like it always confused
That was
me.
partial
that, like, people are
meme,
so
but
against-
also it does frustrate me that Iraq is like wheeled out so often as an excuse to why we can't ever intervene in foreign policy ever again.
it blows my mind that
Or
people
in
like
foreign-
are so against spreading democracy other places. It's like, don't you think this is like net like a good thing that like it?
If I could make a prediction, because again, like an ex-Washite, ex-socialist, having been on the other side of this, I think the imposition of democracy has some weird like hypocrisy kind of sound to it. Yeah, well, it just sounds hypocritical. Like you're forcing people to into a system where they vote for their
Well, and
representatives.
see,
It's like, okay, I guess that's better.
I wouldn't
I
want
guess.
to force. Hold on. I don't want to force people into it, but I think we should like do everything in our power to spread it. Like use our soft power to try to get as many. People,
Yeah, no.
you know what I
I'm
mean?
100% on board with that. But the thing is, I'm on board with potential military action to depose certain anti-democratic rulers. Yeah, see, I'm my
no,
my
me
meme.
too. I would, for deposing anti-democratic rulers.
Well,
definitely. Maybe, like, forcing them to change it.
anti-Western democracy rulers. I meme as an American imperialist, but like, yeah,
Oh,
I'm a little.
wow. Okay.
Yes, so
Okay, I don't know if I'm.
that's
that
fine.
far.
That's
I don't
fine. That's fine. I know I'm
if I'm all the
pretty.
way
I know
there
I'm
with
pretty
you.
on the far end. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm there with you.
That's
but
okay.
I get it. I understand the philosophy behind why you would want.
I
to do
figure
that.
if I'm not I'm not like racist. I'm not you know, I'm not any sort of phobic that I can put my finger on. I figure if that's the most extreme position I have, then I'm better than some
be
that
it.
I've talked to online. Yeah, so be it. But
Yeah.
no, I agree with like up to the soft power line. Then obviously, like I think we're probably in agreement there. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I do not know how to play this champion. Seem to be doing okay, just by accident. There's a lot of assists. That's a good start.
I just wanted to kill Karma.
I know that Katarina is cracked, but I don't know how. Okay. Okay, so you QE
Also,
W.
I agree with the founding fathers' sort of idea that like having people who aren't able to like that voting should be restricted to a certain
Oh, that's a spicy
thing
one.
because I think that like in order to preserve democracy, people who are uninformed voters can almost be more dangerous than not having voting at all. And they were very concerned with like, you know, tyranny of the majority type stuff and what that could, you know, mean. I just completely disagree, obviously, with their solution to that problem. Like their solution to that problem was not try to educate people more and like be more inclusive and like try to get people the ability to vote. It was just, oh, we need to restrict literally everyone but rich white men. So I think that like that is what I completely disagree with. But I agree with the philosophical rationale behind having voting be something that's like somewhat restrictive. Because like I think we can see now that like when people vote without proper education and actively vote against their own interests, they don't even benefit from it being a democracy.
So we're definitely going to differ here.
Okay. Let's hear it.
I think that the current system that we have of voting, where once you reach, the legal age of majority, you have the right to register, or you have the ability to register to vote and begin participating in elections. I think that system is the only way that I am in favor of democracy, and any further impositions or restrictions placed on that delegitimize it as a form of government for me, because the major appeal for me with democracy as a system over other systems, the sell factor, like if it's on the shelf, so to speak, the one thing that makes it stand out is that it grants equal ability to participate or to select your representation, and that's why the founding fathers were attached to the idea of like everybody having a vote. Because I mean, well, I guess they weren't. Everybody who is white and landowning, yeah.
Yeah, because, and like the reasons why they were against that specifically was because of they knew what would happen if, like, they were so afraid that what would happen is that people would just vote against democracy and against the republic and against their own interests. And then it would just destroy the system they created.
I feel like, okay, I don't know why I said the founding. I'm so sorry. No, you are absolutely correct. Because you literally just said that.
Yeah.
What time?
Yeah.
It's a little late. No. I think that if Americans want to vote out democracy, that means that the American project itself failed, and that's not the fault of the people, and they should be allowed to do that. I don't know if we differ or not on that.
I don't think so necessarily, because I can't imagine a scenario where voting out democracy is the best choice, right? Because it's like, basically what you're saying is that, like, if think about it in terms of if the president doesn't agree with like the
well, democracy isn't really about the best choice.
Yeah.
I mean, in an ideal world, it's the best choice, right? But it's really about what's the most popular choice. Unfortunately, which like grinds against like yours and my rational minds, right? That really pisses our brains off, because it's like, well, wait a minute, we should be going towards the most, or at least it does for me. It makes my gears grind, but because that's a logical fallacy.
The reason they chose.
Yeah, go ahead.
You got to remember, the reason they chose democracy as like the sort of basis was because their ideas are that they want to maximize liberty for the people in the country. And then the reason why they chose a republic instead of just a pure democracy was precisely because they didn't want a tyranny of the majority.
Wait, are you saying we're a constitutional democratic republic? I'm sorry, I had to.
Yes,
we're not just a constitutional republic.
No.
Whoa. So you're saying the Democrats aren't evil?
No. Yeah, the Democrats are not evil.
Are you sure? Have you seen what Hillary Clinton built in the basement of a Pizza Hut? No, I'm kidding. Continue though. Continue.
You're so true. So true. No, but yeah, basically their whole reason behind it was, the reason why they chose democracy was because they wanted to maximize liberty, and the best way to do that was to give everyone a choice in their government and like what was happening to them. But then they chose a republic because the best way to ensure that democracy survives, to ensure that it doesn't just like, you know, the majority actually rule over all the citizens, and then there's a tyranny of majority where like 51% of the people think a certain way and then it fucks the country for the other 49%, was that, oh, we need some sort of barrier, a republic where people can choose their representation, but a higher, quote unquote, more educated class of people, you know, can better represent those people and like choose better decisions, so that it's not just in the hands of the majority, but rather like a select few of people who can make better decisions and more like pointed.
So you know, like more of
be more answerable to.
Is the term for that technocracy, where you have like the experts kind of more in control? I mean, usually it's like scientific, right? But
yeah. Okay. I think it's
yeah. See, and then that I don't like that. I don't like that system. To me, at that point, it should just be be like top-down authoritarianism. If you really have such a
But
belief
I'm
that
not
like
arguing for
no,
a-
no, I'm not saying you are. I'm saying because like earlier I was saying like the appeal of democracy to me is the ability for not just white landed gentry, but like anybody to have a
Yeah.
say in their representation. So to me, even if the broad amount of Americans vote in, like if Donald Trump ends up being like an authoritarian or something, and a bunch of Americans vote for, I mean, I'm sorry, but like as much as it sucks, that was a failure of the American project. Like that's just where it ends. And I don't think there's anything like I mean, that sucks for me subjectively, but I would also like that's just because my subjective preferences have me voting towards a certain interest. But at the end of the day, if America is about a government of the people, and what the people most want, or most of the people want, is, you know, to dissolve the Constitution. I mean, shit. And I understand, like, that's a really dumb position to a lot of people, probably to you, because you said that you said that you would, you seem to be more in favor of, like, the, would you be more in favor of, like, a more, like, a technocratic kind of, elite-led, democracy?
I don't think it should be an elite-led. I think that it should just be, that's the thing, is that I agree with the reasoning behind it, but the solution of, like, restricting people from it is not the answer to that problem. The answer to that problem is ensuring that the public is as educated as possible. And the only way to do that is to make sure that, like, you know, because like in a perfect society, we wouldn't need to restrict voting at all, because everyone would just be educated enough to know what their own best interests are and like choose that.
Right. Yeah.
And so, but in the meantime, like assuming that like right now I would not be in favor of this because of the racist implications, but like having some sort of education requirement for voting in terms of like super basic knowledge of like the government in terms of that kind of stuff. I think like long term would be a good thing, but I don't think it's at all actually implementable in our current society because of the it just isn't go. That's not going to have the effect that I want it to have. Like it just will not.
Well,
work.
it might, but like
But
the
I just
bygone effects of like you were saying, like the unintentional like racial targeting that would occur as like a result of like education, just because of like the systemic.
It would end up just being, it would end up not being what I actually wanted from that system.
Right.
But all I was saying is not that I was arguing for any of this. It was that I agree with the founding fathers' point that like restricting voting like might be, or like making sure that people are educated might be something we have to consider because it has unforeseen consequences. And I think we're seeing that right now, like play out basically. And I'm not saying necessarily that there's any way to solve it without like getting rid of other freedoms that we want and desire. But I just think that it is like an unfortunate reality of democracy that we just are stuck in this.
I think it's a feature, not a bug. That's kind of where what I'm leading, or what I was kind of leading to, is like, the benefit to me is, or the boon to me of democracy is that everybody gets to have a say. But the obvious downside is, well, sometimes when everybody gets to have a say, some people have a really dumb thing to say. Sometimes the dumb thing gets traction, or sometimes the bad thing gets traction. And I don't think that that's like I said, it's a feature, not a bug. A couple of people in chat. So America doesn't vote for what we quote unquote want. We vote against what scares us most, and Diaper Dawn is the better fear game. That may be true, but then Democrats got to get a better fear game. I don't know if that's really all it boils down to. Then there's even more onus on the Democrats. But I also don't think that Republicans, to be clear, just lie about everything that their constituency is to be afraid of. And I think that there are plenty of incredibly stupid people on the left who give them ammunition that makes it so they look. The more lies that conservatives have to tell about the left to make them look bad, the worse the conservatives will look in the long run. But it's a critical mass. You can't have it be like 50-50, because then it just looks. I mean, it
gives credence to the other lies.
Right. And then Apex Eater, no, voting away the Constitution cannot be accepted as valid. I would really be curious if you think that the same thing applies to voting an amendment to the Constitution, or how far you extend your religious clinging to that document. They, them, the others, it matters not who they are so long as you're scared of them. I'm not sure, the Collins Gaming. Hope your stream goes well, Legend. Let's go. Letting the executive branch coup the government with a plurality win is asinine. What does that have to do with voting away the Constitution? Are you, like, I'm not in favor of voting in a president who single-handedly discards the Constitution. Like, but I also think that I don't think Donald Trump is, like, acting against the Constitution out of any, like, actual desire to fulfill the desires of a constituency. It's just selfish reasons, right? Like, he's wholly self-interested. When he's committing the crimes that he's committing, it's not because he, it's not because he has any, he's just thinking about his voters. Which he obviously doesn't. I think somebody in here even said the low information or whatever voters. I don't know.
What does Richard Hania call it? The low human
I'm
capital?
a Richard Hananiah simp. I like that term because I'm a horrible bastard. Yeah. Hey, that's how Republicans keep winning elections. So it's funny because I don't like the like all liberals are like elitist. I don't like that narrative because usually it's just used as a way to like dismiss when a liberal tries to sound educated by like quoting like studies and shit to like support their arguments, when they try to use like empirical like reasoning and resources to like support their arguments.
It's a really fascinating video essay I saw about anti-intellectualism and a study that someone did on it specifically. And it was basically that like the vast majority of anti-intellectualism can be attributed to the people who claim basically it's a, like you said, a fear of like being smug and like looked down upon, and like them being pompists and full of themselves, when in actuality most of the time they aren't. But like where anti-intellectualism stems from is that fear that people have that like they're smarter than them and that like they're looking down at them and that kind of stuff. Like that's where a lot of anti-intellectualism comes from.
You know, I've noticed that. So something that started to happen in my real life when I got more into politics and more when I left the Vosh school of just using rhetoric, and when I entered the Destiny Academy of read the fucking shit.
Yeah.
So
actually read
actually read it. So once I actually had a better grounding for these positions and I could argue them in a more granular sense, like when I knew how to communicate like my moral philosophy, or when I was like making references to like Federalist Papers, when we were talking about the validity of certain Supreme Court decisions and whether or not it's okay to nuke Chicago. I noticed that there is in my personal life, a lot of people became a lot more combative and defensive, or not combative, but defensive whenever I would disagree with something they said. And at first it was just politics, but at this point there's certain people in my life where anything that I say, they assume, like if I disagree with something they said, they assume that I'm trying to launch into a debate. And like as much as I love debating people online who are like willing to like have debates. And I definitely did get a little trigger happy when I was first starting, but at this point I'm super chill with it. But now I've like fucked like the minds of some people in my life where they always think that I'm like trying to argue with them. I'm like, no, I don't want to go this anymore. We can disagree. It's fine.
I had a friend who recently had to who basically lost a friend over this, because basically it was leading up to the election back in 2024 when we both started getting super involved, because we were like, okay, Donald Trump cannot win again. And
that's her now
basically dude, I cannot tell you. Okay, quick side tangent. The feeling I felt when Trump won the election of sheer sort of just almost reality altering realization of the fact that oh my god, a majority of the country voted for this guy. The disillusionment I felt and reality shattering experience was 7 to 8 times the like feeling that I felt when I like kind of accepted that I wasn't religious anymore and like my religion fully deconstructed.
Oh, okay.
Like
Sure.
the realization that I had on the election night was just like so life changing compared to that feeling that I felt when I like deconstructed, because I was just like, oh my God, like most of the country disagrees with me, or at least doesn't care as much as I do. And like that just like it felt, I was just like, oh my, that's crazy.
So I don't know that I had
And,
like as much of an earth-shattering reaction. Like it wasn't that revelatory. I worked at like a manual labor kind of like grunt work job. So a lot of the guys there were like very like Trumple-pilled, and like talking to them, I am one of those guys who's like, I kind of wondered if like I knew it was gonna be like razor thin. It might end up being him. If you're curious what my live reaction was, if you go on Wick's channel and go back to his election night live stream, you can watch me slowly sink down into the chair as more and more states roll in, as I realize that it's over. Yeah. Like eventually all you can see is like the top of my forehead. I'm like, oh, I just want to die.
Yep. Yeah, it was a rough experience.
Yeah.
But what were we talking about right before this?
I had lots of federalism and such.
Oh, anti-intellectualism.
Oh, yes. Okay, you're talking about right
friend.
before. Yes, you were talking about. You read something about anti-intellectualism. You were telling me about it.
Yes, a friend like lost a friend because basically they were like arguing about Trump or whatnot, and it wasn't even like an argument. One time, he literally just like they were in a conversation, and one of them brought up tariffs, and they were talking about how like Trump's tariffs were going to be good. And then my friend was like, "Oh, actually, like, do you guys know what a tariff is? Like, it actually is this," and like explained tariffs and was like talking about it basically, and like super non-confrontational, literally just being like, hey, this is like actually what tariffs are about, and like this is what like the definition is. And he got super mad at him, and he was like, was like, why are you trying to make me look stupid in front of everybody, and blah 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 blah. And he like said that he like almost punched him.
Yep.
And I was like, what? Like, why did he get so mad? All you did was just like state a fact. You just basically read Wikipedia to him. Like, what the?
I feel like it's, and I know this has been said by other people before, so this is not like anything like new or revelatory, but I feel like it's because a lot of people aren't able to divorce individual positions from like their personal like ideology and their personal like perception of like who they are.
It as a personal
exactly. Yeah. So like, and I this again extends into like personal life. It's not just like politics, right? People, if you criticize like an element of their work or something, like sometimes when you're trying to provide constructive, and I'm not saying like just being a dick and like trying to like Dwight Schrute all your coworkers or anything.
Yeah.
I'm saying like you're in management, you try and give people constructive criticism. Sometimes people do just like straight up take that as like a personal attack, and this is another thing where I just don't understand like I can't compute. At least when it comes to politics, like for me, because I kind of it's an iterative process where I've been building positions like over so much time, and I've been wrong so many times at this point, and I've like changed positions around that I just can't have any ego to like any of the positions that I have to where it would bother me like that. But for a lot of people, I feel like it's more normal actually it's very personal to you, especially for, I think it was Destiny that pointed out for certain like, certain social groups, like conservative social groups especially, like your political defending the orthodoxy, so to speak, can have drastic social consequences if you don't, depending on how much your family, for example, is like MAGA. If you like go against them, I mean, this is like the meme, right? The going home for Thanksgiving meme. Like that can be a big deal if you have a family that's so like split on politics. There was one thing I did want to say though is the best conversation, I don't know if you probably haven't heard this. The best conversation I had about tariffs was with my 70-year-old grandmother, who is an avid Fox News viewer, but she also has, for whatever reason, she also has my brain defect where she has no ego behind her positions. So she was asking about the tariffs, and I said, we pay them, right? She's like, no, the countries pay them that send us stuff. I'm like, nope. And I like sat her, and it took like an hour, and we had like a long back and forth, and I got through. Yeah. So I just like pointing that story out because yes, there are I would say again, the majority of people who are like, as first of all, like 99% of like all the diehard MAGA, you're never gonna get any of them.
Yeah.
But the majority of
True.
people broadly in America who are politically involved, you're not gonna like break through that for a lot of them. But some of them, you are. You just gotta like be patient and you gotta be calm. And Soy Pill has the best method.
What's
for this.
important? Yes, I agree. He has a really good method. And
Everything okay?
are you still there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was
Sorry.
being quiet. I was letting you. There's
was-
a chat I want to read, but I wanted to let you respond because I saw you were trying to say something. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. All I was gonna say was that basically, oh god, now I completely forgot. It's mind
We're
blank.
talking about like the majority of people take like criticism as personal attack.
Yeah, the important part to remember is that a majority of people, you're not trying to convince a lot of people. A lot of people try to like attack that by saying like, oh, you're only gonna you're never gonna convince anyone. Like, barely anyone ever gets like their mind changed or whatnot. And it's like, okay, but in terms of like a vote for politics, you only need a couple percent of people to change their mind.
See, and that's where
You know?
leftists fail to understand the value of debate. This is why you have people like Hassan Piker, who, by the way, used to do it. But those like lefty bread tuber dipshits, especially. No offense, present company excluded, of course.
Lefty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a liberal bread tuber dipshit. No, I'm kidding. I love you.
Yeah.
But no, like any of those guys who are like come down super hard. You know what I mean? Where they come down super hard and like, is debate even worthwhile? The reason that they do that is because in their like ideological framing, there is no value to something that cannot convince everyone. So why would you waste your time on debating when you know you're not going to convince anybody like right off the bat? You know you might only sway a couple of people. Well, it's because as liberals we understand the value of like actually effectuating our politics by winning elections. So we don't, like you're saying, we don't need to win everybody.
Yeah, and you also have to keep in mind that a lot of times this is both true for the far left and the far right.
Very true.
That the end of their goal at the end is not something that requires people to agree with what they want. The right wants authoritarianism and the left wants education camps and
I'm a horseshoe theorist. I mean, I fully subscribe to that. I'm not a circle theorist where the Nazis are socialists like Gibbs will try and argue. I'm not that, but
yeah,
I do think that's a fun argument to wheel out against leftists.
Overlap
but
with the far ideologies, but yeah.
I did want to so Apex Eater in chat. The internet makes a curious person read more and learn more. It makes a fundamentalist better at defending their position. It makes a cultist better at justifying the behavior of their team/leader. David, I fucking hate the internet. I know that we're using it to talk and play games, and you're a lovely person, and I'm very glad that we have the opportunity to talk via this invention. But the internet as it exists in its present state is, I think, one of the most detrimental constructs in all of human history to humanity.
I agree. I literally, one of my videos, one of the first videos I made was about how the internet is pretty much to blame for the current like political divide in the I don't think anyone, even though people will say, they'll be like, yeah, like the internet was a huge thing. Like, obviously, like the internet changed. I don't think anyone actually knows how fucking massive of a difference the internet has made historically. Like, I don't think
it's incredibly hard to quantify until you
deserves.
start like describing it in blocks of time, I find.
Yeah.
So like you say the lifespan of like in my lifespan, so I'm like 25, so like slightly more than my lifespan. That's the entirety of the internet's existence. Like that's it. Like if we're thinking about like commercial internet availability, like it's not been around for very long, and we already have like it's killed various kinds of commerce. Like the shopping mall is something that I like mourn the loss of. Like that's it, the internet has it's killed various forms of media. It's killed and absorbed various
killed the arcade.
Yep. I mean, yep. So, and that's, I mean, from a social prescriptivist level, that's one of my personal, like very personal issues with the internet is I am a big, we need the restoration of the third place. I don't like that it's
Agreed.
online, and I think that the move online and more pressure to be online is just going to doom us to never be able to get back there. But it sounds like we're all in agreement about that, so I'm not gonna like wax on forever about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree with that.
But yeah,
I think it's just like so much.
so you were 24.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's really funny that like you and I are like we're like young bucks and we're like, yeah, fuck the internet. It's just not what you would expect.
Yeah, no. I think honestly, I unironically think a lot of people in Gen Z specifically understand the detriment of the internet. I don't think, from at least the discourse I've seen about it online, which is not much to go by, but I think there are a lot of people in Gen Z specifically who are fully aware that like having their kids being raised on the internet is a bad thing. That it is a thing that you need to regulate heavily, or at least like, be very, very cognizant of the use of the internet, and like understand its place and understand that you need like separation from it. And yeah, I think there are a lot of people who agree that the internet's kind of been a bad influence in general.
Well, so I would have agreed with you if you hadn't used parenting as your example, because I'm so sorry to like shatter your idealistic perception of parenting, but in my experience, everybody just hands their kid the fucking iPad because it shuts them up for 20 minutes.
Yeah, but I think
I feel like we would all agree. I get
like,
your point though. Like I'm joking.
That's a lot of current parents, but realistically, Gen Z doesn't make up that many.
No.
There are
Yeah.
definitely a lot of Gen Z. But...
And it will be interesting to see the trends that kind of emerge from Gen Z parenting.
Yeah.
Because like millennial parenting, I think, is where we see like here's the iPad, leave me alone.
The iPad kids, 100%. Yeah.
Uncle Fatty says, I invented the internet. Al Gore stole my idea. That is true. Also, Al Gore didn't invent the internet. Just to be clear, he discovered it. Okay. He was on an expedition on his computer, and he journeyed inside the motherboard, and he found the internet, and he brought it back for the rest of us. And
the internet was actually under the pyramids in Gaza, and they just
the internet was actually being held hostage by Man Bear Pig. Algorithms should have never replaced bulletin boards too. Algorithms are useful. I don't like the way that they're used, like how broadly they're used commercially. But for like learning algorithms for like scientific applications, I cannot think of a single downside. Just to like speed up the research process.
Here's my hot take about internet problems. I don't think like ads being specific to you is that bad, right? Like. I don't, because like I've only seen upsides to the fact that my ads are hyper specific.
That depends, I guess, on your perspective on the role of the customer in like the market. Like, if you think that the customer should have as much freedom of choice as is possible to facilitate, then any sort of advertisement is going to be like negative. And I'm not against advertisement, but I feel like it's the responsibility of the corporation to make their advertisements, like whatever they're selling, to make it like appealing, and they shouldn't be able to rely on automatic like preference hunting just to like make sure that like filter them through to shove their ad, as shitty as it might be, into the face of someone they know they'll buy from. Like, I understand that that's where capital will trend. Like, it'll always trend towards the most efficient like methods of gathering it. But that's my personal belief. I feel like it. Yeah.
Yeah, I get that. I can see that being.
I also don't like sovereign wealth funds. Come at me, Econo boy.
Amenable. I still have yet to read more about that. I'm slow.
So Bong and stuff does raise a good
on the
point.
side that.
Sorry, finish what you're saying.
What was
finish
that?
what you're saying.
No, I was just gonna say sovereign wealth funds. I like them right now, but have not read enough to actually give a good opinion.
I haven't either.
I know there are
just don't
objections
like the
that I might
government
be
buying
persuaded
things.
by, but fair enough.
I feel like broadly, I feel like the government's role should be to regulate the market and prevent foul actors, but it shouldn't be to participate, because I think the incentives are impossible to like properly balance. But again, I'm like haven't read like fucking anything about it outside of the few times Nonfon's talked to me about it. But Bong and stuff said, when you stop recognizing the ads as ads, it becomes an issue ethically. Very true. That's another reason that I don't like the algorithmic ads.
I'll agree with that.
Like you can just like push them to people who are like it's the ultimate what's the word? It's like 1 a.m. I'm like, my brain is like fried. What's the word?
False advertising?
No, it's the refinement. It's the ultimate refinement of like the Nigerian print scheme where like you can just like algorithm your ads to be like super, super targeted to people who are most susceptible. Because that's the other thing, right? Like you don't necessarily even need like, if you can algorithm ads, like you can use an algorithm to funnel anything towards anything. Like sure, you might go, oh, funnel my ads towards up for steaks, towards people who like for Trump steaks, towards people who like Google grilling and shit. Or you could just be, if people have like poor impulse control and make a lot of purchases, funnel me towards them. Like, to you, are those like the same level of like when you said you don't mind targeted advertisement, are those the same thing to you in terms of like targeted advertisement, like targeting someone?
No.
Okay. And you would, I assume, be against the latter?
I would be in favor of I would be in favor of like regulatory practices around advertising, especially on the internet. I think that like the sort of there's a lot of people who are just against the idea altogether of like personalized ads. And that to me is like, I think personalized ads are good in my opinion, because it's like I don't want to see ads for stuff that I literally don't care about. Like, I don't want to see ads for, gin brands when I really don't drink alcohol that much. I don't want to see like advertisements for, what are like, I don't know, like backflip things.
I understand. Yeah. I mean,
like I want to be advertised for things that I'm interested in. And the only way to make that happen is by having them having the businesses having some access to what my interests are. And I think that is a good price to pay for the free internet.
Okay. It's an interesting perspective. I'm going to think about that one.
Because realistically, that's what pays for the internet, right?
Well,
like
yeah, this is the human product thing.
Yeah.
Which,
and it's like otherwise we'd have to pay for the access to the internet,
which I might be fine with if it like I would rather go in the other direction where I'd rather like pay to have like some guarantee or more of a guarantee of like privacy.
Okay, we just talked about how like insanely instrumental the internet was to like stuff, right? Imagine if that was barred behind a paywall.
I understand that, but we're talking about like time only moves in one direction. I'm not saying we should go back in time and like start the internet under a paywall, but I also don't think that like the current state of the internet, and I think you agreed with me, I don't think the current state of the internet is tenable into the far future. I think you would agree with me rather.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes,
so like we're talking about like potential like solutions or potential like even if they end up being band-aid solutions, just potential remedies for this catastrophe of a situation we find ourselves in.
I think it should be banned for anyone under the age of 16.
18. Yep. Okay, actually, hold on. I'll meet you halfway. By the way, this is how to any Republican lawmakers that are watching, this is how you're supposed to do things. No, I'm kidding. But I'm okay with like the internet access restricted for 16 and under, but social media accounts I think should be restricted to 18.
Really?
Yep. I think that the one thing that Ron DeSantis has done that's super based is passing those restrictions on us.
I actually agree.
Creation. Yeah. I don't
but I don't know if I would do 18. I would want that down to 16.
What is the benefit of a high school junior, high school
senior no.
having access?
I'm flipping it in my head. You're wanting it banned until they're 18. Yeah. I agree with you.
I don't want you to be able to make a social media account unless you are 18 years of age or older in the United States.
I totally get that. That's fair.
Okay, cool.
I think that's very valid. Yes. I also think that one way to help fix the misinformation bullcrap is to make it so that companies are required to have some sort of regulatory algorithm for. In my mind, I'm thinking of like this is just this is just what I came up with. I don't know if this is actually doable or any
Sure.
or whatnot, but I would want like some sort of regulation so that if you have a social media platform, you are required to have some sort of system in place to rate the factuality of statements. And if a like account or thing that like tries to that is like promoting at the very least who claims to be like some sort of journalist or someone who's like trying to promote information like politics or journalism or whatnot, if they reach a certain threshold of like factuality, they're like lying all the time, their account immediately should get banned and removed, and they shouldn't be allowed to like promote content on the platform. Obviously, this is extremely like complicated to actually enact and do, but I think some sort of system like that would help a lot.
What about
because
so there's one
yeah.
potential flaw, I guess, and then I am gonna end stream here somewhat soon because my brain is kind of cooking out. This has been a wonderful conversation though, and before we end up, I'll have you plug all your shits, and I would love to chat again. But when we're talking about making sure they adhere to factuality, what happens when because this is government regulation, correct? So
yes, but not to. Just to clarify,
okay,
the government regulation would be just that they have some sort of system or some sort of system. It's on the companies to actually implement them, not the government to like say what that system is.
Okay, then I don't. So then what's the government? So there's a law in place that says they have to have an internal fact-checking mechanism. So, and what's
only for accounts that post like who claim to be sort of like
who decides what facts they're checking against though?
Who decides what?
Well, so like if you have like I don't know, I'm sorry to use it. If you have Fox News, for example, that just does like climate science denialism, and then they say, well, we checked our internal facts, and it turns out that the global warming ain't real, y'all. Like, what's the recourse there? Like,
it would be a system like Community Notes. In my mind, something like Community Notes, where
you want everything
basically
to be community noted?
Not everything. Well, not everything. Just like if you just are an account that's like posting, normal whatever, but any like verified account attached to a news agency or a political pundit that has like a certain number of followers, obviously there'd be some sort of threshold. Not just every account, but in order to like maintain the status of being verified or maintain the status of like being one of these accounts and to stay on the platform, you have to pass like a certain percentage of factuality. And it wouldn't need to be 100%, but you need to maintain a certain threshold of like, if you lie all the time and if people literally just like spew misinformation constantly, like let's say below 75%, like if you lie more than 25% of the time on your posts, then your account gets suspended.
Well, so this just, I mean, I know that you haven't like stipulated as such, but unless there is some sort of government social media app everybody's participating on, I don't understand how this is different from like an existing social media TOS and how this would actually meaningfully combat misinformation.
Because the social media TOS doesn't necessarily have to be enforced. It's like at the company's discretion. However, it's like if it's federally regulated and the company would get fined otherwise, then there's a much bigger incentive for them to actually like, regulate this much stronger.
Well, I mean, so this feels so cheap, but like, unfortunately, like, I feel like there's enough, I feel like a leftist. I feel like there's enough billionaire interest involved in the promulgation of misinformation to acquire and maintain their stock of low human capital voters that there would be, I don't know, companies like Twitter, for example, would either Musk would like eat the fine, or there would be like special interest groups providing funds to like eat these fines. Like, I don't know that it would have to be like substantial fines. And who are we fining then? Are we fining the application or are we fining the user? And if the
Would
intention
have
is
to
to
be the
combat misinformation, are we doing like cross-platform fines for the users, or are we just finding like if we're just finding the individual app? Well, what happens if like this misinformation, like Alex Jones hops to a different social media platform?
Well, then, like, I mean, obviously, in my mind,
I
it
did
would
just
be
gish
in
gallop you
the-
hard there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. I'm just trying to think. In my my understanding of it would be that I'm sure that in an environment like this, the companies would start keeping a log of problematic users, and then if they show up, they would instantly ban them.
Well, yeah, but because they would fear the fine.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, is there anything like this? I mean, obviously not with regards to like the social media aspect, but has there been like anything like this in media before where they've had like a fine system in place for like a failure to like meet a fact quota or failure to like provide factual information?
Not that
I'm
I'm
seeing
aware
people
of.
in chat saying things like these have been done in other democracies like Apex Eater. If you have an example of this like happening and working where they've like implemented something like with the social media, or even something like I was saying where it's just like media in general, with maybe like television or something, please provide that, because some things are objective and evidence-based. Courts can certainly handle those things. Not everything is subjective or both sides. I feel like that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying I'm always thinking about not making a rod for my own back. I don't want to like leave the door open for the like you can say facts aren't subjective. That's super awesome. Christians don't care. If you're an atheist and you say, well, it's a fact that God doesn't exist, tough fucking titties. The Christians don't agree with you. It's a fact that God does exist. And there is, as David probably knows, you can just like, you might as well hit your head against a brick wall rather than like try and actually debate someone out of believing in God. So like,
Yeah, it's so much.
if like
a longer process.
if Christian nationalists gain majority power in the United States, I don't all of a sudden want them saying, well, it's a fact that like God exists. So if you don't report on this,
that would be I feel like there are much more what is it called, like
you feel like if we got to that point there'd be much pressing
concerns in
concerns
place.
or okay,
And I feel like there are already other barriers in place that would prevent that from ever being a policy that could be passed, because I feel like that is just like a blatant just trying to think here.
well, so like let's use the Fox News Dominion lawsuit as like a kind of framing device.
Yes.
So the actual outcome of that was there was no outcome, right? Because they just settled.
Yep.
How would this play out in your system? Like alternatively, let's say like Fox News was caught like lying about the Dominion voting systems.
They would get stripped of their ability to tell the news. 100%.
By who and on where?
Like they would, I don't think that, like, I think just the company Fox News would be disbanded.
Okay, I don't I don't know that I like the government having the ability to just disrupt news organizations that they deem as not factual.
Well, the problem is that like they already, as part of that lawsuit, did they not change their name to Fox Entertainment?
Well, so what I was going to point out is, as part of that lawsuit, they fired Tucker Carlson, right? Because he was one of the most prominent.
Yes.
And then he went on to have a alt media career. So it's not like he actually got shut down anywhere, right? Which would be the intention of this policy. He just moved somewhere else, which is what I was trying to ask about.
But the problem is that, like, in my world, he would not be able to be platformed anywhere.
Well, yeah, because the government would somehow prevent him from being platformed on privately owned social media apps, which is another thing I have an issue with.
The government wouldn't actively prevent them from doing it. It would just be that the companies would be incentivized not to platform him.
Well, sure, but then I going back to like Tucker and like like the example of like Twitter, right? Like if Elon was ideologically disposed to like promulgating Tucker's dribble, don't you think he would just eat the cost personally? Like we are in the era of billionaires just throwing their money dicks around to like accomplish their own personal ideologies. I feel like
realistically, with the number of with enough people the number of infractions would get to the point where they literally wouldn't be able to.
But you don't
sustain it,
need
even
enough
if it wasn't
people.
that
You
large
just
of a
need a
fine.
few really popular people like Tucker Carlson, like Alex Jones, that you can eat the cost on for a while so that they can maintain that popularity, even if like nobody else gets to maintain their accounts for like if their accounts get auto deleted because they say, yes, I agree. As long as you're paying the fine for the Tucker post and it stays up on your platform, people still see it and they're still exposed to that, and you're not like having to deal with, like you're saying, like paying for literally everybody.
Maybe they should just be required, instead of it being any sort of like removal from the platform. Maybe it should just be like a banner that literally just says this person's a motherfucking liar. Don't believe him.
See, and like, I mean, at that point, like, it just feels like nothing. Like, it feels like you're not doing anything then, right? Like, if you're...
Yeah, but it's more than what they're doing now.
Well, on Twitter, they do have community notes, like you alluded to,
Yes.
excuse me, but... Okay. I understand and agree that it would be more than they're doing now, but I don't think that just because we can do something doesn't mean that we should do that thing.
I agree with
Like
that.
I don't think like to borrow an example, if somebody is having a heart attack and I pull out a gun and like shoot them, right? And somebody goes, "What the hell are you doing?" And a bunch of people go, "Well, hold on. At least he's trying something, right?" Like nothing was accomplished there, right?
Yeah, fair. Yeah, no,
I did
I agree
totally
with
steal
I'm
that
just like,
from some black woman streamer. I think Destiny is her name.
Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure I've heard of that one
Yeah.
before. Can't picture them in my mind.
That was
but
just
I know
I
you're
only
talking
pulled
about.
that one because again it's like 1 a.m. and that I could think of that example, but that I don't think that
Yeah.
just like we want to make sure that we're having decisive action towards actually correcting the problem. I think is more my broad point there.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I just think that like at the very least, we need some sort of like mechanism for incentivizing
Truth, yes,
some sort of
or factuality.
regulation.
Yeah, there has to be something. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, there has to be some kind of regulation, and like that's why I said like I'm just spitballing. Like these are just my off the cuff ideas.
Yeah, and I'm not trying
But,
to like. I'm
there has
sorry
to
if
be
I'm not
some-
trying to like grill you. I hope it doesn't feel that way.
No, I agree. I that's important. Like, because like you need to come to an actual well-rounded position that is based in something that's actionable. But
So, Apex
no,
Eater
I-
said if the media is knowingly lying with intent to lie, there should be a mechanism to discover that and even criminalize it if there's actual harm. We already do this with fraud of multiple types. Yeah, that we also have that mechanism, right? It just doesn't work if they agree to settle before it goes to court. So maybe having some kind of like trigger in the law where it is forced to trial depending on the severity of the allegation. I don't like the Fox News Dominion there. If that had gone to trial, Fox News would no longer exist. That would be it. They would be done.
Totally.
Like the fact that they, well, you didn't say, you said they like in the hypothetical they shouldn't. I had somebody convince me on this. They should not be able to broadcast news at all. I think the Fox News should be completely removed from the air, and it's nothing to do with their right-wing perspective. It has to do with how blatantly and obnoxiously
Yes.
they lied to the American people simply to garner viewership, and that we have this like multiple times in like text messages and internal communications. We know this is what they were doing.
Yep.
They knew they were bullshitting. The entire point of a news organization to be trustworthy is out the window when you're lying intentionally just to get viewers. So,
Yep.
that being said, well, so Bong and Stuff said, I smell 1A issues. Yes, that's what I'm trying to balance all of this against. And that's why I'm like, well, it makes me nervous to have the government have power to disband news organizations potentially. And I don't know if you're still on that, but when you
there
brought that
are-
up, like, it makes me nervous.
Yeah, no, and I totally agree with that. But like, I'm sure you would admit that there are things that we choose to regulate freedom of speech for because it's like more detrimental to
Yeah,
allow
I'm
the
not
speech
a
than
I'm not a freedom of speech absolutist. I'm not retarded.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Nonfon.
And I think that
I don't know if I'm supposed to... But yeah, I'm not an idiot. I'm not a. I just think that
Yeah.
it is a principle that I value. I don't think that it is a principle I value, and I think it's worth protecting. And I think that there have to be good
I agree.
arguments made if we're going to start infringing
think-
on it. And I'm not even saying
Yes,
necessarily
I
there
agree.
aren't
And
good
I think
arguments
we're-
here.
Yes, and obviously, I would need more time to come up with better arguments that actually are substantive.
Sure,
but
and I'd love to have
my
another
point is that
conversation
I
about it
think
down the line if you're
from
down.
Yeah, I totally would. That would be very fun. And then I'll record it and I can upload it to my.
I normally
YouTube
stream on
channel.
Saturdays, just as a
Okay.
if that gives
Cool,
you kind of
cool.
like a framed.
I'll stop by. Yeah. But I just think that like based on vibes alone, not even vibes. I don't have to appeal to vibes. It's like just I think plainly obvious that I think the internet and like the lying misinformation pandemic that's happening right now is to the point where we need to start seriously questioning how much the freedom of speech is like worth it in this specific instance.
Yes.
Yeah,
and I think that
I, like obviously
go ahead.
we can work around it very, very like cautiously, and there are ways to do it smartly. But I think we do definitely need to like consider what our like values are with this specifically.
Apex Eater, yes, Canada does have a committee of like media regulation. I don't know if it's like through the CBC or it's separate to the CBC or if it is the CBC, but they do have that. I don't know much about it beyond its like mere existence, but they do have some sort of organization, the government committee that like examines like news and other broadcasts for like accuracy. Because as you've said, and the pandemic was an excellent I'm glad that you brought that up. I think that it's been clearly demonstrated that yes, this is why I hate the internet. When you have two people in a room talking, you can have a conversation. When you have 5 people in a room talking, a couple people can have a conversation with a couple other people, maybe one person is joining in kind of. But if you have a room full of 100 people and everybody's talking, you can't hear fucking anything unless you're standing very, very close to somebody and you don't even know if that's a conversation worth having or if they're full of shit. And that's where we're at with the internet right now, and that's why we have like this the deluge of misinformation isn't just it being present, it's that there's so much other bullshit nobody can take the time to like sift it all out, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
So I would almost be in favor of like locking the internet back down to like this is all just educational material. It's all just like wikis and shit, which is horrible. I like my internet entertainment and stuff. I just I would need to.
I don't even think we need to go that far, but I understand the poll.
It is very I am very reactionary on first brush, I guess, with a lot of issues. Or not, I guess I am. But I also don't have very concrete ideas on this beyond I agree there has to be some sort of something has to be done.
Action,
one thing I did want to say before I have to sign off is I feel like for me especially it's important to keep in mind like 20 years from now, we might look back and go, holy shit, can you imagine what was legal to do on the internet? And like, holy God, I can't even believe that we let people do that. And I feel like there's a lot of stuff in our lives and in society today that we feel that way retrospectively. And so for me, it's just, and for other people who might be like, oh, don't come for the internet, like, just keep in mind, like, everything is relative to the time that you currently exist in, and 15, 20 years from now, if we have some sort of like accuracy committee or fact committee, kind of checking like a news broadcast and stuff like that, we might look back and think like, how did the Fox News Dominion thing ever happen? How are we so stupid to just let them like do that without this committee we've had for a decade that is so obviously the best way to go? But that's more for me and not for you. Your eyes are open. My eyes are bound with the 1 and an A.
Yeah.
But in any case, David, it's genuinely been wonderful chatting with you. I'm sorry for the poor league performance.
No, you're fine.
But the conversation was great, and like I said, yeah, plug up I'm gonna put your I'm gonna throw your YouTube channel in the stream chat so that people can run there and sub.
Sounds good.
And then did you have anywhere else that you wanted to shout out?
It's the same for the same
President
tag,
Trump's
Cots
executive
David G,
order ending
at
birthright.
pretty much all socials and Substack as well. But yeah, it's
I
pretty
just
much
subbed
you
to
can find me
on,
in.
YouTube as well. I didn't. When I first
Thank you,
went
thank
there,
you.
yeah, for sure. Apex Eater, it's not what
been
we're
real.
doing. Yeah, it's been real. It's been real. Have a wonderful rest of your, I guess, morning for me, but night.
Oh, it's still morning, or it's definitely morning for me.
Yeah. All right. Well, we should go to bed. And...
I work from home though. So
Oh yeah. Oh
we're
man.
chilling.
So I'm starting a job on the 16th, where that's the case. I'm so fucking excited. I'm so
Yeah,
excited.
it's nice.
All right. Have a good night or morning.
Yep. you
Bye. Apex Eater, it's not what we're doing. It's being done to us. Everybody is addicted to short form media and targeted info, bot farms, etc. It's madness. The TikTok. This is a big part of the reason I don't like TikTok. And I have an account. I will stream there if the debate scene picks up more. If Destiny is going to be migrating on there and potentially other bigger names as well, then obviously I'm going to try and be more active there. But I'm also okay with discarding that. So anyways, everybody, thank you to I think my audience tonight was mostly Nonfon's audience. So thanks everybody so much for hanging around. Hopefully the conversation wasn't too boring and non-economic for you. As was said, I think that Rinyold is I think that Rinyold is planning on using this team stream at some point in the future. I will also be using it. Nonfon, I believe, gets back on the 14th. So I will probably be streaming Wednesday or Thursday with this account. And I'll talk it over with the other guys. Hopefully we can get Isaac in there, because I know Isaac said something about a Nonfon trivia night, which sounds pretty fun. So if you have any Nonfon trivia, I guess send it to him. But yeah, have a wonderful night or morning, everybody. And remember that God made you special, and he loves you very much. And when I say special, I mean very, 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 very special. Like so special that you have a special state medical designation. God made you so special, you get your very own bus. God made you so special,